Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Good morning. Thank you so much for coming and joining me today. Today is Thursday, April 24th of 2025. And it's hard to believe, but it is only day 3. Day 3 of the re-persecution of Karen Reed. It feels like we've been here for a year. We really have been here for a year, but it is what it is, and I love your thoughts on Carrie Roberts' testimony yesterday, which is why I put a poll in the chat. And the poll is, let me pull it back up again, because for some reason I can't see it on my phone. With regard to yesterday's bombshell that Carrie Reed, it was a bombshell to me. Anyway, that Carrie Reed lied to the state grand jury in April of 2022, which led to the indictment of Karen Reed in her grand jury testimony. She said that she heard Jennifer McCabe ask Karen how to Google hypothermia. But here's what she said in her answer. She said Karen asked her to Google how long hypothermia in April of 2022. So the poll says, do you think Carrie Roberts intentionally lied to the grand jury? That's the first option. Misunderstood Lally's question, which is the way she tried to clean it up through Hank Brennan, or not sure. And as of right now, there's almost 2,000 votes, and we've got 92% think she intentionally lied. So I'm going to leave that poll up for a while. Please vote, because I'm really curious to know what you guys think about it. And also, I was curious. Sometimes it's hard to do a live show like this because you have to digest what you're hearing. And when you keep moving on to the next witness and you're commentating in between, sometimes it takes time to digest what you heard. And so yesterday, as I was thinking about it, I thought Carrie's grand jury testimony was in April of 2022, right? Which was a little less, I think, than 3 months post murder of John O'Keefe. I think the exact date of her testimony was, let me look at my notes if I can find my chicken scratch. April, does anybody know in the chat? April 6th. Okay, it was April 6th of 2022. And so I was thinking to myself, when was it that the defense team found out about the 227 Haas Long to Die in Cold Search? When did they find out about that? Well, I didn't have to go too far to find it, because that was the talking point of the Twidiots yesterday. That was the talking point of the McCabe and Albert PR team on Twitter. But they spun it in a different way. So you may be interested to know about this. Here's what they spun. And I don't know, a million people copied this tweet, and I don't even know who originally wrote it, but here's what they wrote. In April of 2022, Let me just pull it over here so I don't have to look at my other screen. I like to look at you because you know what annoys me a lot? Just one of the many pet peeves that I have is when you're watching a streamer and instead of looking directly into camera, they're like looking over here and you're like, why are you not looking at me? Look at me. Look at me. I need a sip. Hang on 1 second. Here's the talking point from yesterday. In April of 2022, when Kerry Roberts testified in front of the grand jury, there was no 227 search. The search wouldn't be found until March of 2023. Hank Brennan already this morning. March of 2023, when Richard Green misinterpreted the data and assumed the timestamp was related to the search. The timestamp was instead related to the tab. There would be zero reason for Kerry Roberts to purposefully lie about Karen asking Jen McCabe to search for hypothermia or how long it would take to die in the cold. If you fell for Jackson's stunt this morning and are screaming perjury, congrats. You've proven you lack the ability to think critically. Keep your checkbooks closed if someone tries to sell you a bridge to China. Well, in my eyes, Jennifer McCabe knew that she Googled Haas long to die of cold at 2:27. She knew that at 6:23, she tried to Google it again to make it look like it was 6:23, but she didn't spell it the same way as at 2:27. She spelled it how long TIDI in CIKD, and then at 6:24 got the spelling right, the same as the 2:27 search Haas long to die in cold. Jennifer McCabe knew exactly what she did. She deleted one Google search out of something like 4,560 searches on her phone. And that is the only one that she deleted. Her husband, Matt, works in IT. And she knew after she willingly gave over her phone, after deleting that search and deleting messages between herself and her children, that search may eventually be found at 6:23 and 6:24. And so she needed a cover story. She also had friends in law enforcement. So who knows whether she got an extraction of her phone. She might have got a copy of the extraction of her phone. Jennifer McCabe did. And she needed a reason. She needed a story for it. And based on the fact that she and Kerry had been making this timeline for months by the time Kerry testified in front of the grand jury, perhaps she was instructed to say that. And by the way, if you were asked to Google hypothermia, why wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Why wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Why would you Google Haas long to die in the cold? Wouldn't you want to know how long you could survive in the cold? I mean, wouldn't that be the more I can't think yet. Wouldn't that be the more appropriate search? How long can a person survive in the cold? Not how long to die in cold. They needed a cover story. There needs to be a reason for it. That was the reason. And she admitted, Kerry Roberts did in open court, that she lied to the grand jury. She misunderstood Lally's question. She didn't actually hear Karen tell Jen to Google that, but she did see Jen on her phone Googling something, apparently. And that must have been when the light bulb went off inside her head and she realized, I forgot I deleted that. I forgot I Googled that last night. And so therefore I need a story. It's my opinion. I'm sticking to it. And that makes what Richard Green found even more interesting. Because while the story was made up in April of 2022, the defense didn't even know about that Google search until April of 2023. I want to show you a clip from yesterday of Bill Reed outside the courthouse, Karen's dad. Let's take a look at that. He had some things to say to the reporters. It's about 4 minutes, but we're going to watch it play through. The camera's up in the courtroom, but they have not started yet, so do not fear. You're not going to miss a thing.
Any reaction to day two?
Quick comment about today, Bill.
Thought it was a good day for the defense. I mean,
You saw the cross-examinations yourself. Looks like the beat continues. We've got a fabulous team. We've got a command of all of the evidence now from grand juries, prior testimony, and you just hear there's so much lack of consistency, and just feel so hot and so strong about it for our daughter. And such an amazing, talented team, these lawyers.
You think you'll be called to the stand?
I hope so.
Do you know Mr. Reed, have you been told when?
No, I have not.
Does the
Mr. Reed, what was
statement,
it like
does the
listening to
statement of
Mrs.
Gretchen
O'Keefe's
Voss about the broken taillight bother you?
Nothing bothers me. I know the truth. I was there. I was in the O'Keefe house that day. I know why we went back. I know what we did when we went there. I know how long we were upstairs. I know it all. And I don't lie.
Can't believe he didn't say, I know how long we were up there, because that would have been classic. But he's a classy man. I've met him and his wife Janet more than once. They're kind, generous, supportive parents. Nobody could ask for more supportive parents in a situation like this. And here he says, I don't lie. I hope they call him.
And
I
we went
really
there.
do.
I know how long we were upstairs. I know it all. And I don't lie. At my age, I answer to another maker.
Did you
Mr.
delete
Reed,
any
what was
ring
it like
video?
listening to the testimony from Mrs. O'Keefe? What were the emotions?
Listen, I want my daughter back. We want our daughter back. So I'm very sensitive to the pain the O'Keefes have suffered. I knew John O'Keefe well. I've been in his company several times. I've been at ball fields when his nephew was playing ball. So, I know how much he was doing that guardianship for those kids. And I admired that incredibly. And so did our daughter. So, it's not lost on us that the O'Keefe family has endured tremendous pain. You can't help but see what you saw today and hear it and not be empathized by it. And I'm certainly, all right, sympathetic to that. And I just, give her space. Karen Reed is innocent. She's not responsible. There was no collision, none, and it'll be proven. And when you hear the testimony of any of these witnesses from the state, you see how they're buckling.
Mr. Reed, when you were upstairs with the O'Keefes, did you delete any ring video?
Of course not. I wouldn't know how to. Of course not.
He just about does his phone. Seriously.
I've
Did you
done-
look at the
John's like, he just about knows how to use his phone. Seriously. I mean, they got to ask the questions, I guess.
looked at the jury at all compared to last time? His phone. Seriously.
I've
Did you
done-
look at the when you looked at the jury at all compared to last time to this time? You notice anything different, or like do you think that they look like they're more they're listening closer? What's the difference? I guess this time.
Different faces, different, that's all. But I think they're all purposeful, well-intended. And it's difficult sitting there. It's difficult for me sitting there. So they're doing this, good citizenship duties, and I respect that. So,
There were a couple
Hey,
times
wife
where you were shaking your head during court today.
Well,
listening to testimony. What's going through your head?
what's going through my head is that I'm into the fourth year of this, and I would believe that, or as part of a rhetorical series of questions, how many DAs would you know that after getting a Fed dump with the text of the leading detective who has been summarily fired, and with the ARCA testimony, would at that point, just a rhetorical question, say, we're not going any further.
Right.
And then on March 19th, when that lead detective is dishonorably discharged, how many DAs, you're all reporters, would at that point say, we're walking away? And with that, I'm walking away.
Karen,
you had said to
talk
me
to us
last
about
week-
the clips being played.
It was a great day. I'm happy with today, and we're tired.
You had said come at me. Why don't you want that clip played?
Do you think the witnesses that they've called are kind of falling apart? What do you think of that today?
So funny how these reporters who have never, ever been there for one day of the first trial are all of a sudden there with shoving microphones in her face with their questions, right? I mean, Matt Johnson has been there from the very beginning, and he's a good guy. I've met him. Christina Rex has been there since the beginning. Ted Daniel has been there since the beginning. And Ted Daniel believes, I believe Ted Daniel believes that Karen Reed is innocent. He's gotten a lot of flack for wearing pink shirts, pink ties. Ridiculous. Michael, Suspicious Minds is on the playlist, I believe. So why don't you guys take a look at the playlist that is in the show notes below. It's the Spotify playlist. Check out what's on there. And I believe that is already on there because we've talked about that during the first trial, during the first persecution. Here's to another fun day with Mel, says Danielle. And yeah, well, we're having fun over here and we're trying to make light of it because otherwise we'll just cry if we don't laugh. The O'Keefes are having a rough go. We saw Mrs. O'Keefe on the stand yesterday. And even Bill Reed, because he's a classy guy, said that he can't discount the O'Keefe suffering. He can't imagine what it must be like to lose a child. But John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and therefore Karen Reed could have done it. And there is no justice for John O'Keefe unless the real killers are found. And because the investigation was so horrible, in my view, I don't know if they're ever going to be able to find or prosecute the real killers. God save the Commonwealth.
7 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Here we go.
All right, so I was told council wanted to see me.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes,
Good morning.
I just have one brief issue I want to raise to the court.
Okay.
I wanted to confirm whether experts in this case are permitted to watch testimony in order to prepare for rebuttal. We've asked for that.
For rebuttal, like post,
Responding,
for responding, okay,
in our case, in chief, for both sides.
okay. What's your position? Ms. Little, you want to?
Yes, we could.
All right.
They're usually
Mr.
able
Brennan, is
to.
there any reason not to?
I need to give it some thought. I'm not willing to agree. I'll abide by whatever the court thinks is fair.
So
I
why
haven't
don't
given-
you?
The
think about
sighs
it
are
more
already
desperately
starting.
today. Okay, there's no expert testimony today, right?
It's not.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, sure. Is that it? Ready to bring the jury in? You wanted a ruling on the clip
clip.
from yesterday?
I did.
All right, you can play it.
Thank
Oh
you.
my God,
All right,
that is so
so-
prejudicial.
We'll take a quick break.
Not only is that prejudicial, that is also against Massachusetts law because the sole purpose of playing that clip where Karen's impersonating Peggy O'Keefe and making a face while she's doing it is to impeach Peggy O'Keefe's testimony, saying that that interaction never happened. That's under Massachusetts law. That was the argument that Alan Jackson made yesterday in open court. Mark and I talked about that. Mark Betterow was here with me yesterday for the afternoon, in case you missed it. And in my opinion, could be an appellate issue. Could be an appellate issue. It's more prejudicial than probative. However, Karen took that risk when she decided to do all of these interviews, that the things that she said in the interviews could be used against her at trial. And not a great decision, but she can't even make the very simple decision of allowing the experts to watch the other experts' testimony. And that is something that is commonly done in trials. Experts are allowed to sit in the courtroom while the other experts are testifying. It is something that is commonly done and allowed. So, of course, Hank Brennan doesn't even know if he has an objection to it. He's got to think about it. And now she's got to think about it. But he'll just object because he knows it's not good for him because he's so afraid of the defense experts. So afraid. She just failed the litmus test. That's right. Mark said yesterday that if she denies this, this is a litmus test. This is a litmus test for her. And she can't allow it because it's more prejudicial than probative. That's the weighing test, the balancing test that the gatekeeper to hell is supposed to use. However, we are in the gates to hell. This is the upside down, inside out world of Narnia Hunger Games for Karen Reed. She's facing life in prison based on bogus trumped up charges. In large part, she was indicted and upgraded to second-degree murder charges because of Kerry Roberts' testimony. And Kerry Roberts 100% admitted that she lied in front of the state grand jury. Will they prosecute her? I don't know. But if they don't, you know what? That sends a really bad message to the people of Massachusetts. Don't worry about it. It's okay to lie to the grand jury. If you ever get caught, because the feds start investigating, just say you didn't understand the question. Just say you misunderstood the question. Right? It's already starting off, in a ridiculous manner. But what else do you expect, really? What do you expect? Can you expect anything less? I don't think so. Brennan and two potted plants. Yep, it's from a funny Bettero comment. It's also, your name is Brennan and two potted plants. He said that. He said that it was Brennan sitting at the prosecutor's table with Laura McLaughlin and Adam Lally, who were like two potted plants who never talk or say or do anything. Yes, that is fantastic. If Kerry is following Karen, does she see the taillight the entire drive to John's? I would think so. Steph McGarry is here. Thank you so much, Steph. Are you in Argentina? Happy third birthday to my German Shepherd dog boy, Murphy. Watching it with him again. Hey, Murphy. Hey, Murphy. Can he hear me when I say his name? Wouldn't watch anywhere else. Love you. German Shepherds for free care.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
God save the Commonwealth.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
He's going to play the clip first thing. You know it. You know it.
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes.
I don't know who they're calling today, so we'll see.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? No. Everyone said no. Thank you very much. Will you bring Mr. Whitley back in, please? Ms. Yannetti, you can step up to the podium.
Thank you very much.
I thought they finished with him yesterday. Is this Whitley? Good, because we like to start off our day with King David. That makes me happy.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
You're still under rope, the captions say. God save us from the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, yesterday you testified that when Karen Reed was brought to the hospital, she didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny and she didn't want to give a urine sample. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
It was clear to you that her reluctance to cooperate at that time was because she very much wanted to check on John's progress and status at the hospital, correct?
No, I don't believe that to be the case.
Well, you testified before the grand jury regarding this matter 3 years ago, didn't you?
I don't believe I said that she was
I
reluctant.
didn't ask you that question. You testified before the grand jury 3 years ago, didn't you?
I testified before the grand jury 3 years ago.
You were under oath then, as you're under oath today, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth.
I am telling the truth.
You swore to tell the truth in 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
That was less than 3 months after you brought Karen Reed to the hospital, didn't you?
Yeah.
And your memory of what happened at the hospital was very good in April of 2022, right?
As good as today?
Your memory in April of 2022 was very good, wasn't it?
It was very good as it is today.
Okay, so you want to add the as it is today, despite the fact that you weren't asked that question. Is that right?
Objection.
Yeah.
Sustained.
All right. When questioned by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, you were asked the following question. So what, if any, interaction did you have with her, meaning Ms. Reed, at the hospital once you were there? You remember that question, right?
I do.
And your answer was, after that, I helped escort her down to, they call it the psych hallway, where they have rooms set up for psychiatric patients for their evaluation. And then she was unhappy that she wasn't able to see him, meaning John. And she kept trying to. She didn't want to get into a hospital Johnny. She didn't want to, I believe, give a urine sample. She was not, the nurses were asking her to do certain things that every patient has to do, and she was not cooperating with them. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
So 3 years ago, when you testified about this issue of giving a urine sample, you testified under oath that you believed that she didn't want to give a urine sample, correct?
Correct.
Yesterday, 3 years later, you testified with certainty that she didn't want to give them, right?
Yeah, she was giving them a hard time about having to give a urine sample.
Wow.
No, I'm asking you about your testimony yesterday in contrast to the grand jury, sir. To the extent that I ask yes or no question, I'd like yes or no answers.
So
okay?
no instructions to the witness, Mr.
Your
Yannetti.
Honor,
Ask
may the
a
witness be
question.
instructed to answer the question yes or no if it calls for a yes or no question. Answer.
Answer the question that's asked of you.
Here's the problem. She does not command the courtroom. She coaches the witnesses. Can you answer that? Your Honor, if you're not going to instruct him to answer yes or no, I'm going to do it because that's really your job. But since you don't want to seem to take on the burden of instructing the witnesses how to properly answer a question, then I'm going to have to do it. He's having none of it this morning, and I can't blame him. This guy does not need to be so combative. He's supposed to be an impartial witness. But what I want to know is how many times has he spoken to Carrie Roberts since the last trial?
Okay.
So go ahead, ask a question.
You testified yesterday that she didn't want to give a urine sample without saying it was your belief that she didn't want to give one, correct?
Correct.
In any case, were you aware that when she was asked to give a urine sample, that Ms. Reed had gotten her period and did not have a tampon?
I was aware she was on her period, yes.
You're also aware that when somebody is brought to the hospital for a Section 12, they have no privacy. Isn't that right?
They have medical privacy. Either the tech or the nurse would be with the patient at all times.
Okay.
He opened the door to medical privacy. I want to know if he told Proctor about her medical conditions because he's friends with Proctor too. They went to high school together. Proctor was 2 years older than him.
With them at all times, observing them at all times,
correct.
correct?
So they wouldn't be, she wasn't in like a hallway open to the public.
Understood, sir. But she also, when I said privacy, what I was asking is she was not allowed to go to the bathroom alone to give a urine sample, correct?
She was a psychiatric patient.
Right. So she would have to use the bathroom in front of hospital personnel or some medical personnel with people watching her while she was on her period with no tampon, correct?
I would understand that to be true.
All right. And you're aware that she did cooperate and eventually give a blood sample as well, correct?
I'm not aware of a blood sample, but urine sample, yes.
She did give the urine sample.
Correct.
All right. Now, in your testimony yesterday, you discussed the topic of your memory of what Karen Reed may have asked you about John surviving in the snow with light clothing. You remember those questions?
I remember asking about not having a jacket, correct?
Now, starting at the end of the day, when I cross-examined you yesterday, I asked you about that topic and I said to you, you mentioned something about hypothermia, that you assumed you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation. And your answer was, well, she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
But before I cross-examined you at the end of the day yesterday, you previously testified 3 times about this topic, correct?
I believe it would be the grand jury and the previous trial.
Right.
You're not supposed to
And
mention that.
direct examination when Mr. Brennan was asking you questions before I stood up, correct?
Okay, yes.
Let's start with the first time you testified about this topic back in 2022. That was, again, less than 3 months after you had a conversation with Ms. Reed at the scene on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Her statements and questions to you at the scene were fresh in your mind in April of 2022, correct?
Correct.
In April of 2022, before the grand jury, Mr. Lally asked you, quote, what, if any, questions did she ask you regarding hypothermia? Do you remember that question?
I do.
Your answer was, she was just wondering if he could have survived outside in the cold even though he didn't have a jacket on. Do you remember giving that answer?
I do.
Nowhere in that answer in 2022, less than 3 months after these events, do you attribute the words, quote, many hours, end quote, in the snow to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes, I was not.
I'm not asking for an explanation, sir. I'm asking for an answer.
All right, so he was answering you, Mr.
My
Yannetti.
question called for a yes or no answer. Nowhere in your answer in
That's right.
2022 do you attribute the words "many hours in the snow" to Ms. Reed. Yes or no?
No, I did not say that at that point.
Nowhere in your answer in 2022 do you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
She did at that.
Sir, I'm asking you about your testimony.
I object.
So let him answer the question.
Let me ask
No.
it again.
The answer is correct, and the answer is yes or no, Your Honor. You don't allow the witnesses to add, volunteer, embellish. No. Correct? The answer to correct is yes or no. She needs to take control of this courtroom, and what she's doing is highly prejudicial, and the appellate issues here are stacking up like I've never seen before. I've never seen a judge run a courtroom this way. She's way out of line. I want you to hear his question again, because the way he asked it with correct at the end or didn't you is yes or no. Listen.
Many hours, correct? Ms. Reed told in 2022, do you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
She did at that.
Sir, I'm asking you about your testimony.
I object.
So let him answer the question.
Let me ask it again. Nowhere in your answer in 2022 did you testify that Ms. Reed told you he had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
In 2022, I testified that.
It's a yes or no question. Do you
I
guys
was just
understand the
told to be
difference?
brief and give generalizations.
I was told to be brief. Good.
She quantified many hours in the snow when we were in back of the
Let me
ambulance.
try this again, sir.
So,
because
Mr. Yannetti, you're just saying 2022. Get to a
Of
date
course,
and a
yes.
place.
April of 2022, okay, before the grand jury. My question again, and I'm still seeking a yes or no answer from you, okay? Nowhere in your answer
Signal?
in April of 2022, before the grand jury, did you testify under oath that Ms. Reed told you that John had actually been in the snow for many hours, correct?
Not in 2022 of April. No.
Okay.
Huh.
The next time you testified under oath was last year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
During that testimony, Mr. Lally asked you, oh, by the way, so 2022 is no mention of many hours, right?
I did not, and I was told to be brief on the grand jury stand.
But again, no mention of
Right.
many hours in 2022. Okay. Now, 2024, last year, Mr. Lally asked you, so firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. Reed, can you describe sort of her demeanor or any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking with her? And your answer was yes. She was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours, correct?
Correct.
So 2022, there was no mention of many hours. 2024, over time, now that's the first time that you mention the words many hours in your testimony regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
Right? And when you testified last year, you testified still that she was asking you a question about surviving in the snow, correct?
Correct.
So then we come to yesterday on direct examination. Do you recall that Mr. Brennan yesterday asked you, before you left, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And you answered yes. Recall that yesterday?
Is that at the hospital?
I'm asking you yesterday, do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you before you left essentially the scene, were you having any conversations with the defendant? And your answer was yes.
You're talking about Lee, I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same instance. Are we talking about when we left the hospital or when we left Fairview Road.
When you left, when you were at Fairview Road, leaving Fairview Road, we're talking about the same subject of what Ms. Reed supposedly told you or asked you. Okay, Mr. Brennan went into that with you.
So on the
direct.
way to, you're talking on the way to the hospital in terms of left. When we left,
Well, before you left, he meant before you left the scene.
okay,
When
no,
you
I'm
were-
just trying to clarify.
Again, it's the same conversation, Mr. Whitley. I'm not
So,
trying to trick you.
Mr. Yannetti, he just asked for a point of reference. It's clear. Now go.
Understood.
Now go.
And Mr. Brennan said, can you share with the jury what those conversations were about? And your answer was, so we were talking, she was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, even sitting outside in the snow without any coat for many hours. Do you recall that answer that you gave yesterday on direct examination?
Yes.
And that was the first time that you mentioned that she said supposedly or asked supposedly about him sitting outside in the snow, correct?
I was just using phrases generally speaking.
Not my question.
I wasn't at that point I was paraphrasing. I was not speaking verbatim to what she said.
Let's try that again. That was the first time that you mentioned that she claimed or asked that he was sitting outside, correct?
It could have been sitting, laying, being.
Let's try it a third time.
Wow. He's asking him what he testified to yesterday. What is this guy hiding? It's a very simple question. What did you testify to yesterday? Is that the first time that you ever said sitting outside in the snow? And he wants to do everything except answer the very simple yes or no question. And King David is having none of it, Lady McBev. So get your act together and get control of this witness.
Was that
Just ask the question, not let's try it.
Sure.
Let's try it.
was that the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed said or asked about him sitting outside?
Are you asking me to clarify whether she used the
I'm not
word
asking you
sitting?
to clarify anything. I'm asking you whether that was the first time yesterday during direct examination that you mentioned that she asked about him sitting outside.
I'm sorry. I am very confused because I'm trying to figure out if he was being outside, sitting outside.
I'm asking you about Ms. Reed's statements, sir. That's all I've been asking you about. Her
Okay.
statements to you and your testimony about her statements to you. Was yesterday on direct examination the first time that you testified under oath that Ms. Reed mentions the words sitting outside?
I don't know.
All right.
I'm just using. She might have said laying outside, being outside, outside.
Okay, so when you testified yesterday before this jury
Yes.
that she mentioned the words sitting outside, you're now saying that that might not have been accurate, correct?
It could have been a different word.
Okay, but you didn't say it could have been a different word yesterday. You just left it as sitting outside, correct?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I said. Sitting.
All right, so now we get from, the grand jury with many hours mentioned to questions about many hours to sitting outside to let's talk about what you said on cross-examination.
I object.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Sure. On cross-examination, your words were, she said he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours, correct?
She had asked if he had been outside.
It's a yes
if
or
he
no
was-
question.
If there was any chance he could be alive, even though he was outside without a jacket for many hours.
So it always was a question, correct?
It was a question.
She never said what you said on cross-examination yesterday, which was she said that he had been out in the snow without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
He just
I'll
looked
allow
at
that.
Brennan for an
Was that a
objection.
declarative statement?
Did you see that? Watch. Look at shifty eyes right here. Shifty eyes. Ready? I'm taking it back so you can watch it again. Look at his eyes here and watch him shift his eyes to Brennan, looking for help, looking for the objection.
without a jacket on for many hours. That was not a declarative statement by Ms. Reed, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Was that a declarative statement by Ms. Reed?
She asked if he could be alive without a jacket in the snow for many hours.
So again, it was a question, sir.
She asked me, and we were just trying to give her hope in terms of telling stories of hypothermic patients that could survive outside in the snow.
Okay, is there any redirect?
Briefly.
Okay.
Wow. Well done, King David. Well done.
When you were called to the grand jury, was the testimony as in-depth and as long as it is in front of this jury?
No, not even close.
When you're recounting your memories of what happened, do you memorize word for word what you've said in the past?
Objection.
As to that form, it's sustained.
When you're recounting the past, do you record your statements personally?
Objection.
I'm going to let that one. Do you record your statements?
No.
Next question.
When you
Unbelievable.
testified in the grand jury, page 90, line 15, and you said the defendant told you, "I'm upset if he dies, I want to die." And then you later testify last year, and you said, "If my husband dies, I want to die." Do you notice the little differences between those phrases?
I do.
Is that you making up words?
No.
Is that you trying to help a case?
Objection.
As to form, that's sustained.
Are you inventing facts?
No.
Sir, when you were recounting what happened that day, are you using your best memory?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were asked by the defendant about how long, or someone out in the snow without a jacket,
Or
for many
Hoslang.
hours, do you remember that conversation with her?
I do.
Where were you during that conversation?
We were in the back of the ambulance.
Do you remember it distinctly?
I remember it distinctly. She was looking at me.
When you tried to give her hope and comfort, and you told her stories about other situations where people, maybe children, have fallen through the ice and had hypothermia, did you have that conversation with her in trying to comfort her?
I did.
Do you remember that conversation?
I do.
Did you necessarily share those conversations with the grand jury?
I don't recall if I did or I didn't.
Did you ever write that in your report?
No.
Is it something you typically put everything in your report?
No, we do not write. Generally, we only write patient complaint, what happened, what they did, not their opinions or anything like that of to what's going on.
Do you have any interest in the outcome of this case?
I do not.
How long have you been a firefighter for?
Since March of 2006, and an EMT since November of 2002.
Over 20 years.
Correct.
You said that you live near Kerry Roberts?
I do.
You've been to a block party for the kids where you've brought the fire engine down?
I do.
I'm going to allow it.
It's been asked and answered 100 times.
Do you ever step out and have secret meetings with Kerry Roberts trying to corroborate some conspiracy on their behalf?
Kawabawait has entered the chat. If it's on your bingo, Kawabawait. Listen. He thinks it's something funny, Mr. Whitley, something funny, Mr. Whitley, because the woman you're lying about is sitting right there across the courtroom from you, facing life in prison. Is something funny, Mr. Whitley? I hope Yannetti asks him how many times he's spoken to Kerry Roberts since the last trial, because I want to know that.
When you're at that block party, do you ever step out and have secret meetings with Kerry Roberts trying to corroborate some conspiracy on their behalf?
No. No.
Put your career on the line?
Objection.
No further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr. Yannetti? All right, Firefighter Whitley, you are all set. sir.
You're all set. Oh, is he going to play the clip now?
Like to play clip 5, Your Honor?
If you're new to this case and you haven't seen this clip before, well, no one has seen this clip before, really, because they didn't show it. It didn't exist during the first trial. So I would like you to give me your thoughts and comments in the chat about how you think this is going to affect the jury. And I also, before we move on to the next thing, want to point out to you how a grand jury works. In a grand jury, the defense is not there. The defendant is not there. The defendant does not even know that the grand jury is happening. There are no rules of evidence. It is only Adam Lally, the prosecutor, and the witnesses. They can say whatever they want. So for him to say, I was just being brief, there are no rules of evidence. Adam Lally can ask him an open-ended question, and he can ramble on and ramble on and ramble on. And that, too, is in the playlist, Ramble On, Led Zeppelin. And you see how he likes to ramble on. Do you really think that he was trying to be brief during the grand jury? He would have thrown every single thing out there that would have helped his friend Kerry Roberts and convict Karen Reed. So I don't believe him for 1 second. And anybody who knows anything about a grand jury will know that. And hopefully maybe there's a lawyer on the jury who can explain that to the other members of the jury. Here we go.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, who's your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Next witness is Jen DeMULIS.
And when that happened inside One Meadows, doesn't that explain a little bit more why Karen wanted to leave?
Okay.
Why she didn't want to be there? Why she felt uncomfortable? Yeah, I don't think it's a good look that she was imitating her or mocking her. Maybe some people may think that she's mocking her. And I said that when the documentary came out. That was my takeaway from one of the episodes that I watched. Karen's parents in the front row. SD. I think the bald man in the front row may be a civil attorney from Karen's civil case, one of her defense attorneys, but I'm not quite sure. So we have her a little bit behind, so we can fast forward a little bit. I see Aidan Carney in the back row next to Matt Johnson from Court TV. I mean, at the high top for media.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure they put their objection on the record to that clip to preserve it for appeal.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case will hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can scooch in close to the microphone. Thanks.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jen DeMULIS. I am the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, if you would, please.
And spell your last name, please.
You said you're the general manager at CF McCarthy's?
In Canton, yes.
How long have you been the general manager at CF McCarthy's in Canton for?
For 6 years.
Can you briefly describe for the jury what CF McCarthy's is?
It is a restaurant and bar.
At CF McCarthy's, is there a video surveillance system inside?
Yes.
Who owns that video surveillance system?
CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with the video system?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at it before?
Yes.
Do you employ people to help the establishment with the video system?
No.
You maintain it on your own?
Yes.
At some point, were you visited by somebody from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Were you asked whether or not they could view some of your video surveillance?
Yes.
Do you remember the date? Not the date they came to visit you, the date that they were looking for.
I believe it was January 28th, 27th, 28th of 2022.
Around that time?
Yes.
Did you allow access to the video system?
Yes.
Did you oversee that access to the video system?
Yes.
Was it a state police officer?
It was two state police detectives.
Do you remember their names?
I remember one of the detectives' names. I do not remember the other detective.
The one you remember, could you share the name?
It was Detective Buchnick, Yuri.
Detective Yuri Buchnick.
Yes.
At some point, Was he allowed to download information from the surveillance system?
Yes.
Did you watch him do that?
Yes, I did.
At some point, have you been able to briefly look at some of that download?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the surveillance or the area of your bar?
Yes.
Move to introduce.
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Yannetti.
There is no objection, Your Honor.
She knows how to answer a yes or no question.
Thank you.
You know what they didn't look for? I mean, they went to CF McCarthy's to grab the footage
May
from
I
there.
play just a small portion?
Sure.
Thank you.
You know what they didn't look for? Any Ring camera footage that would have shown Karen leaving the neighborhood, arriving in the neighborhood, striking John with her car. They didn't look for any of that video footage, but they sure as hell went to CF McCarthy's to pull that footage. Oh, somebody said I bet she was told not to
Ma'am,
say
I'm going to show you
Proctor's
just some
name.
random shots from this video, but I want to know if you recognize it. Is this the inside of CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
I'm not asking if you have any particular knowledge or information about that night. I just want to know if is this a fair and accurate depiction of what CF McCarthy's looks like?
Yes.
Has there been any substantive, significant changes to the inside of that establishment
No.
since this video was taken?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay.
I have no questions.
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The sole purpose of her testimony was to authenticate the surveillance video and system. And that was it.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Bridget Meehan.
I believe she's the owner of the Waterfall. So I'm glad that the defense did not stipulate to all of this stuff coming in without him having to call a witness to authenticate said surveillance video.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. Good morning.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Bridget Meehan.
Where do you work?
I work at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton.
The name maybe tells us a little bit about it, but could you just share a couple lines of what the Waterfall Bar and Grill is?
It's a small family-owned business in Canton. It's in a mixed condo complex.
Are you involved in the ownership of it?
Yes.
How long have you been involved with the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
We've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you help run the establishment?
Yes, I do.
And you were running the establishment back on January 28, 2022? At some point, were you asked or visited to see if your establishment had video surveillance of the inside?
I was.
Does your establishment have video surveillance of the inside?
It does.
Do you have a camera and a server?
Do I have? Yes, I do.
Did you provide video surveillance to the Massachusetts State Police from that night, January 28, 2022?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to move this in as an exhibit, please.
Okay. Mr. Yannetti.
No objection.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to show you just a brief clip. Okay, stop, please. Do you see that video?
I do.
Does that depict the inside of McCarthy's?
No.
I'm sorry, the Waterfall?
Yes.
I was trying to switch establishments on you. Back on January 28, 2022, does that look the way it looked then?
Yes.
Has there been any significant changes inside since then?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Is the video always that blurry?
All right, Ms. Meehan.
Thank you.
Is the video always that poor quality? Did they seize your entire surveillance system the way they did in the Keith Boudreau murder case? Colleen Crawford and Trooper Fanning?
All right, your next witness,
cross.
Mr. Brennan.
Commonwealth calls Mike Camerano.
Michael Camerano is the friend of John's who went with him to CF McCarthy's.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now returns from the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good morning.
Feel better? Too short?
May I?
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Camerano.
Mr. Camerano, can I ask how old you are? I'm sorry.
Spell your last name.
Camerano.
And so if you could either move the microphone down a little bit or speak up, or maybe a combination of both, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, 18 Wheels of Outrage and Midnight Mike, for both gifting 5 memberships. Love you guys.
Could I ask you how old you are?
48,
Where do you live?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. Me and my wife have lived there for 20 years. We have 2 children.
How old are your children, sir?
My daughter is 17. My son is 14.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I met John for the first time at his sister's they had a benefit for his sister in 2013. I met John there for the first time. Then years later, our kids got involved with sports together and they became very close. As they became close, I became very close with John and his family.
Was your daughter close with John's niece?
Yes.
Was your son close with?
Yes.
Did you spend a lot of time together through sports and socially?
Yes, we did.
I want to take you forward to January 28th of 2022.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Had you, without any discussion of what might have been said, did you have any discussions with John that day?
Yes.
Did you have a plan?
Yes, we were communicating.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to spend some time or go meet John?
Yes. That Friday, my daughter and his daughter, they got acceptance letters to school. So we wanted to get them together so they could enjoy the time together. And, just, go over like how it'll be so much fun, something new, different. Yeah, so we were going to meet up after I got out of work.
Was your daughter planning to go to a new school?
Yes.
Where?
Bishop Fan.
And how about his niece?
Same.
They both got accepted to
They
the
both
same
got
school?
accepted to the same school.
Was it a celebratory move?
Yes.
Did you have a plan to bring the children together so they could celebrate?
Yes, we did.
And then separately, you were going to meet John and celebrate?
Correct.
Where did you drop your daughter off?
I dropped my daughter off at John. I went into John's. I was at the house with John and the girls, and we had a little celebration. Talked about how nice it's going to be, fun, change, different, meet new people.
And you celebrated at John's house before you went out?
Correct.
After the celebration with your children, did you and John leave?
Yes.
During that celebration, was there anybody there other than you, John, and your 2 daughters?
No. No. Karen was not there.
Was there anybody else there?
Nope, just the 2 girls, myself and John.
What was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was not snowing yet.
Was there an expectation?
Yes, there was an expectation. Yes.
What was that?
That there was going to be a big snowstorm coming in.
A storm was coming.
Yes.
When you left, did you leave in a separate car than John, or did you leave together?
No, we left together. John got in my car and we were leaving. We're going to leave
Where were the girls?
The girls are in the house, stayed in the house.
They were staying at John's house?
Yes, correct.
Where did you go?
We went to CF McCarthy's.
When you got there, did you know anybody who was there other than you and John?
At that time, no.
Did you spend time in CF McCarthy's?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Was John drinking?
Yes.
Alcohol?
Yes.
How long were you there for?
A couple hours.
While you were there, did anybody come and meet you that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
A friend. And then Karen came in.
The friend?
Yes.
What was the friend's name?
Kurt.
And then how long after you first got there was it that the defendant arrived?
Kurt is Carrie Russell's husband. I mean, Carrie Roberts. Carrie Russell is an actress. And Kurt Roberts is Carrie Roberts' husband.
I would like to say within an hour, so not 100% sure.
You said back home it was a celebratory mood. Was it still a celebratory mood at McCarthy's?
Yes.
When the defendant arrived, did she spend time with you and John?
I've talked briefly to her, and her and John were mostly talking.
Okay. You didn't see any issues?
No.
It was a normal night?
Seemed to be, yes.
As far as you could see?
Yes.
And you saw John drinking?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant drinking?
I saw her with a glass, yes.
Did you leave at the same time that John left?
No, I did not.
When you left, was John still at the establishment?
Yes.
When you left, was the defendant still with him?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I left because I got a phone call. My son was playing hockey in the backyard, and he got hit with a stick and lost his tooth.
Oh. Where did you go?
I went to my son's friend's house.
Do you know about what time that was when you went to see your son?
I would like to say 9:30, in between 9:30 and 10.
You didn't go back to McCarthy's that night, did you?
No, I did not.
After you helped your son, where did you go next?
I went to pick up my daughter, Madeline,
Did you go?
at John's house.
Did you go in John's house?
No, I did not.
When you got to John's house, did your daughter come out?
No. We went to the side door and rang the doorbell.
And then what happened?
And then my daughter came to the door.
Where did you go?
From there, we left and went home.
When you went home, had the weather changed at all?
It was cool. It might have been flurrying at that time.
No accumulation?
No.
You got home?
Yes.
Did you do anything significant when you got home?
Put the kids to bed, my son, and no, I went to bed.
What's the next thing you remember happening?
Waking up to, I missed some phone calls.
Who were the missed phone calls from?
From my wife and Karen.
What did you do?
I called my wife.
After speaking to your wife, what did you do?
I got in my car and drove to John's house.
About what time was this?
In between maybe 5 and 6 a.m.
What was your mood at that point?
I was panicked.
Why did you go to John's house?
Because I went to get Kaylee.
Did you know if she was alone?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get to John's house?
Maybe 5-7 minutes.
When you get to John's house, what do you see?
I pull in the driveway. I see that the garage door is open. I go in through the garage door. I don't know if Kaylee was standing there, if the door, she came out the door, and I asked her, if she needed anything.
That's interesting. They talked a lot about this open garage door during the first trial, that the garage door wouldn't close. Now he says Kaylee was in the garage waiting for him. She probably opened the door so when he got there, she could just go right outside. That makes a lot more sense now about thank you, Kurt. He's a good guy, by the way. He's a good guy. He's not harmful to the case at all. What time did he pick Kaylee up? I want to know what time he picked Kaylee up. Was Karen's car there? Was it not there? Did he notice anything about the taillight? He was never asked that during the first trial. He's a real good guy and he's heartbroken. And his wife is also a wonderful woman. She works at the hospital. You're going to hear more about her too. He's traumatized. He's likable. And now we know why the garage door was open, because Kaylee was waiting for him to come. Where's the ring video from him getting there?
She could get in my car and stay warm. I
need to take that back just a scooch.
And well, I don't know if Kaylee was standing there, if the door, she came out the door, and I asked her, if she needed anything, she could get in my car and stay warm.
When you first saw Kaylee,
Just to clarify the chat, this is not Carrie's husband. The other man that he mentioned that met them there is Kurt Roberts, Carrie's husband. This is not Carrie's husband. This is John's friend, Michael Camerano, who picked him up, took him to CF McCarthy's with him. You'll see them in the video. His daughter and Kaylee, John's niece, had both been accepted to Bishop Fian High School, which apparently, from what I understand, from you guys who live in the neighborhood or the area, is an excellent high school. They were very proud that their daughters got in and were going to go to high school together. And very sadly, it's been reported that Kaylee did not go to Bishop Fian High School after this murder, because perhaps Jennifer McCabe wanted her to stay at Canton High and Mrs. O'Keefe wanted her to stay at Canton High. And it's an excellent high school, and she did not wind up going there. And it's very sad. Can I clarify who he is married to? He's married to Katie Camerano, who will also testify. I've not heard from her yet. Okay.
Kaylee, what did she look like?
Don't tell me to let it play, please,
She
okay?
looked
Don't tell me to let it play, please. If you don't like me stopping the video and explaining things to you and talking about things in real time, I have to stop the video for fair use purposes. If you don't like it, please stop complaining. You are free to go watch another channel that just plays the video and says nothing. Let them get dinged for fair use.
distraught.
Did you try to help her?
Well, I think I just said everything will be okay. Yeah.
Did she come with you?
Yes.
Where are you going?
To my house.
So what happens?
So we go to my house, and my daughter's up, and the two girls they were hanging downstairs, just hanging out, just being kids. And then, I don't know, a couple hours later, maybe, Paul called me and asked me to bring Kaylee home.
Here's another reason why this is important. Because the video that they want you to believe from the wellness check, from the police officer that pulled in to do a wellness check on the children, that they say, well, I see a taillight caked in snow, and also that may be an altered video, that the police went to do a wellness check on the children. Why? Michael Camerano had picked up Kaylee, and Patrick was sleeping over a friend's house. We know both of those things. There was no reason for the police to go to that house to do a wellness check on the children, because everyone knew where the children were. So put a pin in that too.
At that point?
I did, yes.
You did or didn't?
At that point, I did, when Paul had told me.
So what do you do?
Ask Madeline and Kaylee if I'd say, Madeline, we come for the ride. I don't say anything to Kaylee, and we get in the car, and I start heading back to John's house.
And you didn't say anything to Kaylee?
No, I didn't. I just said everything will be all right. She had a feeling.
Why do you say that?
She didn't want to go home.
So what happens next?
So I pull in the driveway, and I remember Paul and Papa standing. I think they were standing at the side door, and we just embraced.
Did you stay?
No, not long. No.
Did you go back?
I was to the house. I went back to my house.
Did you go back to John's house?
I did the next day. Yes, I was there.
When you went back, were there people there?
Yes,
Many?
there was people coming and going.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Everybody smash the like button if you don't mind.
Good morning, Mr. Camerano.
Good morning.
This is quite painful for you to remember the events of January 28th, is it not?
Yes,
You were very close with your friend John O'Keefe, correct?
I was close with them. Yes,
And you actually met Karen Reed through John, correct?
correct.
After meeting Karen, you spent a good amount of time with both Karen and John, correct?
Correct.
As of January 28th of 2022, you had known Karen for maybe about a year or so,
Sounds correct.
and you'd see them especially on Fridays, correct?
Correct.
That would be sort of the day that you get together with both of them often.
Yes,
And of course, your children spent a lot of time with John and Karen, right?
correct.
You entrusted both Karen and John with your kids.
Yes,
Sometimes your kids would even go on vacation with Karen and John, right?
they did go to the Cape. Yes,
Sometimes you'd see Karen without John at your house or on a ball field.
correct.
And your daughter in particular would sometimes spend time with just Karen without John, correct?
Correct.
Your daughter would sometimes go over to Karen's house in Mansfield when she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, when your daughter would go to Karen's house in Mansfield, Karen would be the one in charge of caring for her, correct?
Correct.
And you were fine with that because you liked and you trusted Karen, right?
Correct.
And in your view, Karen was very good with kids, right?
Correct.
But you also had the opportunity to see Karen and John together, right?
Yes,
You saw how they interacted with each other over that year period that you knew Karen.
yes,
You saw how they got along.
yes,
And you never observed any arguments or bickering, correct?
I mean, they argued and bickered.
You had previously testified that you wouldn't even call it arguing, you just call it banter, right?
Yes, I mean, he would, I mean, no, he would get upset or like over if she bought expensive things for the kids.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
we will get to that. That would be the one thing that John would complain about, Karen buying like very nice things for his niece and nephew, right?
Correct.
She spoiled them. He didn't like it.
Or he'd complain if, Karen was taking his niece and other girls to get their nails done, like extravagances like that.
Correct.
And one specific memory you have is when Karen bought his niece a very expensive sweater, right?
Correct.
And you recall John telling you that he wished that she hadn't done that because he considered that to be spoiling the girl, correct?
Yes.
But it was very clear to you from your observations that Karen really, really liked John. I'm sorry, John really, really liked Karen, right?
Sustained.
He certainly never told you or even suggested he was
answer that.
thinking about or planning to break up with Karen, right?
No.
That's important.
Okay, so with regard to that Friday night, January 20th,
That's important because the Commonwealth's theory is that John wanted to break up with Karen, and that made her really, really mad, which led to her murdering him.
28th, sir, the plan was for you and John to go to McCarthy's to have some drinks because there was a storm coming in, correct? And because of the celebration of the girls getting into Bishop Fen?
Well, yeah, we were going out. It wasn't a continuation of the celebration of the girls. We were going out to have a few beers as guys.
Okay. And when you were leaving the house, John asked you to move your car, right?
Correct.
Where was your car when John asked you to move it that night?
Actually, I backed up my car. We were leaving the driveway, and John asked me to stop so he could move his car.
I see. And he wanted you to move your car because of the storm coming in, and you wanted Karen to be able to pull her car into the garage, right?
Correct.
And that was really thoughtful of him, wasn't it?
Yes, extremely.
And it showed you that he was being chivalrous toward Karen that night, right?
Yes.
He didn't want Karen to be out in the heavy snow later when she returned to his house during the expected blizzard, right?
Sustained.
You took from that there was an expectation that Karen would be coming back to his house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no inkling that day that anything was wrong between Karen and John, correct?
No.
Everything seemed fine between the two of them, right?
Yes, he did mention though that night that
Don't add that.
he didn't understand why Karen had a plumber go to the house.
Oh, that's right. You admitted about the
Because he had somebody that could have done that work instead of paying for the plumber, right?
He wanted to do it in his dad.
Yes.
Okay.
And
But in any case, the plan was for Karen to meet up with the two of you, right?
yes,
And she did show up to McCarthy's at about 8:30 p.m. or so.
yes, I guess if that's the time.
And you saw an affectionate.
I'm sorry, what was the answer that you
If
said?
that was the time, I'm not sure about the timeline.
Okay. It was sometime after
Yes.
you'd gotten there.
He didn't make a timeline.
But you do remember when Karen arrived, there was an affectionate greeting between John and Karen, right?
Yes,
You saw them kiss, right?
yes,
You saw John put his arm around Karen,
correct,
and you saw that Karen sort of nestled into his embrace.
correct.
And when she did that, that's when he kissed her, correct?
Yes,
And they seemed happy to see each other, did they not?
they did.
That night they were affectionate,
Yes,
laughing,
yes,
happy,
yes,
like a normal couple.
yes.
No arguments.
No,
You witnessed no bickering, no tension, correct?
no,
And during the month before John's passing, that January of 2022, you observed their relationship in your presence to be normal, caring, and affectionate, right?
yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
She wasn't angry with him. There was no motive for murder. Is there going to be a redirect? Yeah, because Brennan can't leave him alone.
You were asked a number of questions about the relationship between John and Karen that night. Do you know what was going on behind closed doors other than what you saw?
I'll allow it.
No,
I'll allow it.
Do you know whether or not they texted each other that day?
no, that day, no.
Do you know whether or not there was any arguments that day?
I'll allow it.
The plumber.
Not to my, no, I don't know if they were, I don't know if they were arguing over the plumber situation. I
Do you
don't
know
know.
if there's any vulgarities that day?
Vulgarities?
Do you know if there's any vulgarities that night?
No, not to my knowledge.
Do you know whether or not John was trying to end the relationship with Miss Reed?
Do you know that, sir?
No.
Next question.
Again, Coach Bev telling the witnesses to rule on the objection. This man, Hank Brennan, is going to use the niece and nephew to come in to testify that John wanted to break up with Karen. At the time, they were how old, chat? Tell me. Well, he just said his daughter was 13. 13 and 10. His best friend, Michael Camerano, is saying he wasn't going to break up with Karen. Hank's saying, you don't know what was going on behind closed doors, were you? Because he's going to bring in the niece and nephew who are 13 and 10 to tell the jury that he wanted to break up with her because he's scumbag.
Do you know if there was any jealousy in that relationship?
Hello.
Do you know if there was any jealousy?
I mean, Karen wouldn't let, I mean, they did everything together, a lot of things together. And I thought at times, yeah, you could see, you know, she didn't want other women around John. I don't know, not at that, but.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was jealous of the
Follow-up?
plumber. He said to her in the text messages, when she said she's waiting for the plumber, so she's going to be a little while before he begged her to come to see if McCarthy's. He said, well, I hope the plumber's at least hot.
I'll see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Hope the plumber is at least hot. Why do you got to call a plumber? I need you here because Kurt has to leave early because, you know, Carrie's in a mood and I need a ride. So aren't you coming? Why do you got to wait for the plumber? And she said, well, I have no hot water and there's a blizzard coming. And he said, well, I hope the plumber's hot. Will DeGlare and I read those text messages from the entire day. And yeah, it's okay. Oh, that's Tara. That's Tara. What's her last name, you guys? Sitting next to Paul. People said, who is that? That's John O'Keefe's girlfriend from 25 years ago. She's never let it go. She's been on every documentary holding his picture, his portrait in her lap in a frame. Kerrigan? Kerrigan. You know what? I thought it was Kerrigan, but I said, am I thinking of Nancy Kerrigan? Because I know she's from Boston too, the ice skater. I'm going to fast forward a little. Mr. O'Keefe is not there today. I do not even see Mrs. O'Keefe sitting there at the moment. Maybe she went to the ladies. I'm not sure. She was there earlier. But Slimebag Brennan is going to call the children in because they have not suffered enough trauma by losing both of their parents and then John that he's going to have them come in again to testify in front of a whole bunch of strangers and some family members. And I say to you, is it worth the trauma of having these children testify yet again in this case? Is the risk and the trauma to the children
Please.
worth the alleged reward?
Recall Nick Guarino.
Okay.
Guarino's back. Nikki's back. Back again. Remember, he was subject to recall because at 10:45 p.m. 2 nights ago, Brennan decided to turn over hundreds of additional pages of discovery with regard to Guarino's testimony, PowerPoint presentations, and new Celebrite extractions from the new Celebrite software. And so he called him the other day, subject to recall, so that the defense team could have a chance to stop what they were doing and go over all of the hundreds of pages of last-minute discovery. We call him Trooperino. He is the trooper who missed 32,000 plus text messages in the phone of Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell, who impregnated a 23-year-old
Or
girl
stand, however you're most comfortable today. Just do whatever you need to.
and is now under federal murder indictment charges because the Canton PD quickly ruled that a suicide. Trooper Nicholas Guarino missed 32,000 text messages in Matthew Farwell's phone between him and Sandra Birchmore, despite the fact that those messages were found on Sandra Birchmore's MacBook computer. So they quickly ruled that a suicide. Nothing happened until the FBI got involved in this case. And now he's sitting in federal prison awaiting federal murder charges. And the state has still never charged him with the murder of Sandra Birchmore. Ask yourself why. Oh, could it be because they were covering for another cop? Maybe. My opinion.
To do, okay.
The reason they're asking him if he wants to sit in or stand is because they think he's injured. Somebody indicated that he was in a bad motor vehicle accident a couple of weeks ago or months ago and that he's not returned back to work yet. And so I'm sure he has back pain. People said he was limping outside the courthouse at some points. So that is why people asked yesterday, why are they allowing him to sit or stand? And that's why.
Morning, everyone.
Sir, yesterday we talked about downloading phones and making what you called extractions.
Yes.
And from that data, you could create different types of reports.
So have Detective Guarino say his name again, please.
I'm sorry. Again, for the record, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Every day's a new day
Good
with
morning.
Hank
My name is
Brennan.
NICHOLAS Guarino, Guarino.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned yesterday that you downloaded a number of phones, or you were involved in the process of downloading a number of phones.
That's correct.
You explained to us that after you have the data analyzed, you can pinpoint certain items that you may want to put in a document.
Yeah, so the extractions into a program of our choosing, Cellbrite is the most commonly used, and then we can take call logs or text messages, any information that the investigator's looking for.
When you downloaded Mr. O'Keefe's phone and you downloaded the defendant's phone, did you try to create, or did you create a report through Cellbrite, the software, that would show you all of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs?
Yes, I did.
And when I use the term call logs, what does that mean?
The call logs are the calls that the phone receives.
Receives? What about
How do
the
you
calls that
create
the phone
a report
makes?
from Cellbrite? Can you just walk us through that process briefly?
Yep, so in the program, you can go in and select the calls from it and export it into different formats, PDF, XML, HTML, or you can create a portable case and extract them all as a portable case that we would see on my computer.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes. Thanks, Dennis. Thank you, Melissa.
Showing you a
Thank you, Shaggy.
document of Mr. O'Keefe's call logs. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what is it?
it is the call logs. Just want to make sure it's between John O'Keefe and the defendant from, just want to see the dates, the 28th, January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Would this contain all the phone calls from his phone data, for the calls between those two parties that night?
Yes, that's what I created.
Thank you. I'd like to move this as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
If I could, Your Honor, just want to compare, make sure we got the same.
Okay.
Right. Alessi does not trust one thing that Weasel does. Carly, congratulations on your new baby and your maternity leave. And we're so happy to keep you company. Alessi has seen how this guy operates.
Okay.
Okay.
Inaccurate PowerPoint slides. Does anybody else miss Nancy?
You captured all of
Madam
the
Court Reporter.
phone calls between two parties on that last document. Can you also do that with chats?
Yes, that is true.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a document of chats between the phones of the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe for after midnight, for the evening hours of January 29, 2002?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
I'm sorry, but it's 2022, not 2002. Now we're going back 20 years. Because, you know, Hank Brennan doesn't know anything about the first case.
I'm good.
Thanks, Tina.
You recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us what that is?
These are the texts from the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yes.
For January 29, 2022?
Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry.
I move this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Notice how they're all coached to call her the defendant instead of Karen Reed. Too cute by half, I agree. Many people may have a mother-in-law who is just like Peggy O'Keefe, and they may think that that's accurate.
Did you identify or specify chat messages between John O'Keefe and a person named Jen McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Did you create a Cellbrite report?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Why does he call them chat messages instead of text messages? Are we back in like AOL chat rooms with him?
Can we have just a brief moment, please?
It's sidebar?
No.
Just the two of them?
Compare them, what we have.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Smells like White Claw and corruption. I think unless he found something that's not accurate, like a missing page or things out of order, would you be surprised? We know that Hank Brennan's paralegal hates him. She called him Hank Brennan in one of his motions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. You're welcome. Sir, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes. This is the text messages between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe on 29th on January 29th, 2022.
And this is through a search of Cellbrite, you match their data, pull up all of their conversations.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
I move to introduce this, please, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dennis, for your super generous Canadian super chat and for watching from Canada.
Similarly to the chats, did you do the same with calls between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Could we specify text messages or messenger, Facebook Messenger, or chat on Instagram or Snapchats?
May I approach,
It's
Your
not
Honor?
clear.
Yes.
There are many ways to chat on a phone, through apps or through iMessage or through text messaging or Facebook Messenger. Thanks again, Dennis.
Showing you a document, sir. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the call log between John O'Keefe and Jen McCabe for, just want to make sure I get all the dates correct, just for January 29th, 2022.
I think this is evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 26.
Hank was denied an independent reader, so Chuparino is going to have to read the messages into the record between John and Karen. And there's nobody with a more flat
Did you do a
affect.
file extraction and a report on all chats between the phones of John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I can't wait for Leslie's cross either.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant from January 28th to
Did I tell you not to chat with each
January
other? No.
29th, 2022.
I said there's many ways that people can chat on a phone, like Messenger,
Right, move this
Instagram,
to evidence.
Snapchat.
Okay.
That Hank Brennan should
Mr.
specify,
Leslie?
not chat, but text
Okay,
messages.
Your
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Details matter.
27.
Did you have an opportunity to make a report from some of the data from the defendant's phone from January 29, 2022?
What are you referring? I did make some reports from the defendant's phone.
What's a call log report?
Again, the call log report is the calls that the party makes to another phone. So it's going to show everyone they've called or attempted to call.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Does a call log report also list incoming calls? Is it only calls that are made out? Because that's the way he's making it sound. Ozzy, you're here. I know you probably know the answer to that. Isn't a call log all calls incoming and outgoing? He did already ask that. That was asked and answered, but
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury what it is?
It's the call log from the defendant's phone for January 29th, 2022. It looks like everyone's she called.
everyone she called. But what about the incoming? Ozzy says both. Yeah, unless he's in the bullpen. That's right, Mike. He's in the
What we
bullpen.
just introduced into evidence is the entire call log of calls to anybody and everybody to and from for that period of time.
Oh, now he says to and
Yes.
from.
That's fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And then can you further isolate calls between just two parties?
Yes, you can. You can search by phone number or name.
And did you do that with the defendant's records for some parties?
Yes, I did.
Did you isolate phone calls between the defendant and Ms. McCabe for the evening of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's take a look at this document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the phone calls from the defendant and Jennifer McCabe, January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Did you isolate calls between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 22?
Yes, I did.
Can I see the last exhibit, please? Thank you, sir.
F. Lee Bailey's Irish Cream. Love that name.
Look at that document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Could you share with the jury what it is?
Yep. It's the call logs between the defendant and Carrie Roberts for January 29th, 2022. Yes.
That's a report you created.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I can listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have an opportunity to isolate and produce a report for all chats between the defendant and Ms. Roberts for the night of January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, chats, text messages.
So I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury what that is?
This is text messages between the defendant and Carrie Roberts on January 29th, 2022.
I would move this to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Jurors, this is the way we have to put evidence in cases in Massachusetts, okay?
Well, she authenticates some evidence. Some just gets right in like inverted videos with no authentication.
So do you have an opportunity to identify a text message or a chat between the defendant and a person by the name of Ingrid on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Who's Ingrid?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Who's Ingrid? Ingrid has entered the chat. Does anybody know who Ingrid is? Exactly, Ozzy. This is how we did not do it last trial, ladies and gentlemen. Who's Ingrid? Anyone? Where are my buffer zone people? I know some of you are watching. Does anybody know who Ingrid is?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, this is a text conversation between the defendant and looks like a group chat between Ingrid Curtis and Bill Curtis.
Did you make that report?
Yes, this is on January 29, 2022.
Thank you. And move this to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Is that a code name for Natalie? No, because I don't think they were in touch on the 29th. Natalie came glomming around later. I've been told that it's Karen's best friend.
Would permit.
Okay.
Ingrid is Karen's best friend.
What we're going to do is we will take our morning recess now. And we'll take 20 minutes to a half an hour. We'll see you then.
20 minutes to a half hour at 10:26. Didn't she usually say that she was going to give the jury something like, how far behind are we? Hang on. Only 6 minutes. I thought she said she was going to give them a 15-minute break at 11. Already she's like she's going against her own rules. All right, good. Well, we have some time to catch up on some questions, thoughts, and comments and concerns. Let us go to the chat. When I asked her opinions earlier about whether Carrie intentionally lied to the grand jury, LJ said, Carrie intentionally lied to the grand jury because 1, she dislikes Karen, and 2, she likes Jen is now her friend, and 3, she is easily manipulated. You know, I thought about that too. And I said that yesterday, that I thought they put Nuttall and Carrie on because they were both easily manipulated, but got me thinking, you know, like Carrie's the one telling Karen to shut up all the time, telling her to get away from him. Kurt testified during the first trial, her husband, that if he didn't shovel the driveway, Carrie would be in a mood. Carrie's a talker. You know, I'm starting to think maybe Carrie was a little bit more involved behind the scenes than we know. She seems kind of bossy. And also, Daniel Whitley's testimony kind of backfired yesterday on Carrie when he said that Karen said to him in the ambulance, when he said, oh, don't worry, you'll be fine. You have a good support system. And Karen said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And he said, yes, well, I do. And she said, well, if you knew Carrie Roberts, you wouldn't say that, meaning that I have a good support system. So a lot of people think John was the one that got away. A lot of people think that Carrie had a thing for John. And listen, these women were texting John constantly. We learned that during the last trial too. Jennifer McCabe, you're going to see how much she texts him constantly, all the time, constantly calling him. Between Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts and Laura Sullivan and all the Sullivan sisters and all the desperate housewives of Canton, this man was the one I think they all wanted, and they were texting him all the time. And then you heard Michael Camerano say, well, yes, she was jealous. Well, would you want to be that girlfriend when all of these women were constantly texting your boyfriend all the time, at all hours, all the time? Where are you? Come on down. You're going to find out that Julie Albert even texted John O'Keefe that night about coming down to the Waterfall. Where are you guys? Are you coming? Weird, right? It's not cool. And if she got pissed about that, I submit to you that, you know, it's valid. I'm validating her for that. That's nobody likes that. They didn't like her because they all wanted him, in my opinion. Hanky's a liar says, how come all of a sudden there was a metal piece sticking out of Karen's taillight, according to Ms. Roberts? She actually did testify to that during the first trial. And I remember that because she said, you know, and I was afraid that somebody might catch their sweater on it or something. So she did say that during the first trial. That's not new. But again, when we saw the photos that she said were an accurate representation of the way that the fair and accurate representation of the way the tail light looked on that day, I don't see a piece of metal sticking out. So either Carrie's telling the truth and somebody inside the Sally port manipulated that taillight into a different condition, or Carrie was mistaken. Jules Aussie, Free Karen Reed Cupcakes versus Skullduggery, tuning in from down under, says AJ's questions did make her aware she was not part of the group, was an outsider and being led by Jay Macbeth, in my opinion. We're talking about Carrie. Thank you. For Fox's sake, thanks for your 10. Received my pink Free Karen Reed Melanie little sweatshirt last night. So happy to be back of the Classic Cool Kids Club. That's awesome. I'm glad you like it. The merch link is down below for anybody who would like merch. Susie says, good morning, Melanie. During opening, it was mentioned that there were 5 male DNA on John O'Keefe's shoes. Why don't they get that tested? may show who carried him outside. Well, you're going to learn when the MSP crime lab techs come in that many of the samples were degraded and were not sufficient enough to be tested at all. You will also learn that it is nearly impossible to get DNA from anybody in this case. You've seen how the Rule 17 motions go. So what would they test it against? The only two who gave DNA samples willingly were ex-former disgraced, dishonorably discharged trooper Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanek, and that was to rule them out. So it was not their DNA. There were also unknown male DNA contributors to the bloodstains on John O'Keefe's clothing too. I think those were not sufficient enough to be tested either. But we'll wait for the crime lab techs to see if they've been able to test it since then. I doubt it. Stormy to Storm's Life says Chief Rafferty is retiring before she's actually fired, announced yesterday. Yeah, we saw that. We talked about that yesterday. Many law enforcement and others resign before firing because that way they get to keep their pensions. Some people have surmised that she's leaving because the big dude that was on the Canton Town Board just was not reelected. And so before the end comes for her, she decided to retire. I don't know when exactly she's retiring. I know she announced her retirement. My first thought was, is something more, something's coming, something's big. I don't know what it is. It's the West Side Story tune, but we'll see. Remember Mark Betterow also sent Chief Rafferty a letter telling her that she needs to prosecute Chris Albert for illegal wiretapping of people outside D&E Pizza because his cameras have not only video, but also audio recordings, and that's illegal under the two-party consent law of Massachusetts. And that if she had a conflict because Chris Albert was her boss, because he's on the town board, that she needs to refer it out to another district attorney. Maybe she just didn't want to get involved in that. She's just like, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Right? Mims Chaos, can you please explain impeachment in general and then regarding Carrie Roberts, perjury, and what, if anything, will happen to her? It depends on if anybody in the DA's office wants to prosecute her for perjury. And since she's helpful to their case, it looks unlikely. I don't know what the statute of limitations is on perjury in Massachusetts. It might be 6 years, it might be 7, it might be 5. I'm not sure. I didn't look it up. And I'm a New York lawyer. So impeachment in general is when you ask a witness a question and they answer in it when they're on the stand and they answer in a different way than they had testified previously under oath. And Carrie had testified 3 times under oath previously. She testified the state grand jury, the federal grand jury, and she also testified at the first trial. So if they testify in a different way, when you have them on the stand, you are allowed to impeach them with their prior testimony. You could say, do you remember giving testimony under oath on such and such a day? Yes. Do you remember being asked this question? And then you can show it to them. Does this refresh your recollection about what you said? And then you can bring in their prior statement that is in contradiction to what they just testified to. So I hope that answers your question. I could do an entire show on impeachment, but in general, Carrie Roberts said to the state grand jury, I heard Karen tell Jen McCabe to Google she said, I told her, she said this, wait, I heard, and this may not be the exact words. Maybe the question was, what did you hear when you were outside the car and they were inside the car? And she said, Karen asked Jen to Google how long hypothermia. And then she told the feds when the feds were investigating that she never heard Jen tell Karen to Google that, but she saw Jen on her phone Googling. Then she was caught in that lie on the stand yesterday, which indicates that she lied to the grand jury. And that grand jury was the one that indicted Karen for second-degree murder and upgraded the charges. So she didn't lie to the feds because she was told specifically and asked the question, did that other agency, they couldn't say feds, when they interviewed you, did they tell you that lying to them was a crime? And she said, yes. And he said, did they tell you that you could be put in prison or you could be jailed for perjury? She's like, no, I don't think they told me that. And then on redirect by Brennan, she said, well, I didn't understand the question. I misunderstood the question. That's why we have that poll in the chat. Now, let me go back to that poll. and end the poll now because you guys have had a chance to vote. I'll give you one or two last minutes to vote. And the poll is, do you think that Carrie Roberts, 1, intentionally lied to the grand jury? Number 2, misunderstood Lally's question. Or number 3, not sure. And as it stands right now, we have 10,000 votes. 10,000 votes. 88% of you think that Carrie Roberts intentionally lied to the grand jury. 4% think she misunderstood Lally's question, and 8% are not sure. So get your last minute votes in now. That's very interesting. That is very interesting because if you go and look at the cesspool of Twitter, the talking points for the anti-Karen Reed folks have been, feeling sorry for Carrie Roberts. She didn't mean it. She didn't do anything wrong. She's a victim. She's a victim. Thank you, Mims Chaos. Beetlejuice. Brennan is here from Australia. Just need to say, anytime I write out super chat, when the payment goes through, it says you're all set. Oh, that's hilarious. Bev's phrases are haunting me. Free Karen Reed. That's hilarious. You're all set. Thorn, PhD. She wouldn't have known the first 2 words. Yes, Carrie. Yes. How long? The first 2 words in the actual search phrase, unless she was specifically told the search phrase. Yes. 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 You're correct. Thank you for your 10 and for validating what I also was concerned about. Becky's Blue Eye Paranormal. Do you think the case will go all 8 weeks? I think it's moving at a slow pace. I think it may go longer. The initial estimate that the jury was told was 6 to 8 weeks. Maybe if Brennan is not going to call every single first responder, he doesn't need to. I don't know why he would, like Lally did. So the answer is, I just don't know right now. But I will say that we are only on witness number 4 or 5, and we're on day 3, and there's 150 on the combined witness list. So we don't know. It would be hard for me to speculate at this time. Bruni Saint, does Auntie Bev not understand the world is watching or just doesn't care? I think she knows the world is watching because I think they're watching. You guys are the mirror jury. And so I think both sides are watching the chats in different creators' streams to see what you guys are thinking and saying. And you will find that what is said in my chat is far different than what is said in the law and crime chat. So the answer is, I know she knows the world is watching. I imagine she knows. I don't know what she knows, but maybe she just doesn't care. Maybe she just doesn't care. She said yesterday she doesn't pay attention to case media. Wait, Brooke, I don't know, Brooke, if that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about the judge, I'm not sure because I'm watching the chat on my phone while I'm going over these. And Mange Nothing to See Here says, good morning. Have we seen the buffer zone at all? I have not. I've not watched anybody's morning streams. So I don't know. Do you think baby Hanky will call Erin? I doubt it. She says, in my opinion, I feel she's changed her stance. I thought, she showed up on day 1 and she's like, that's it, I'm out of here. We haven't seen Mr. O'Keefe since day 1 either. Opening day. Melissa says, is there a way to know the order of when the witnesses will be called? No, there's not. There's not. So I don't know who the Commonwealth is calling day to day. They don't put a list out. I don't think they give the defense fair notice. But I think sometimes at the end of the day in court, the judge will say, who do you have for tomorrow? And we find out that way. But thank you for thanking me and thank you for being here. And thank you, Terry Sue, for your nice compliment and for your 10 spot. Wag says, I really want the feds to walk in with ARCA and tell Bev they have everything they're going to get. Wouldn't that be awesome? If the acting U.S. attorney came in and said, yeah, you're not getting anything more. Our stuff is confidential. You can go on with your bad self all you want, but you're not getting it. That would be a day. I mean, it's already been must-see TV, but we'll see what happens today. Erin says, for your esteemed consideration, Ain't No Stopping Us Now by McFadden and Whitehead would be a great song to add. Okay, I will allow it. We have a Spotify mixtape for this trial, for the first trial and second trial, and we keep adding to it as we go along. But there's got to be some sort of connection to the case to add a song. We're just not adding songs that we like. Ain't No Stopping Us Now. Thank you very much, Erin. It is linked in the show notes below this video. There's over 125 songs on it now. I think it's up to over 9 hours of 9 hours of music to keep you company on your off time. Texas Prime says, Last night, Runkle's stance was he felt sorry for Carrie because she's been manipulated into lying and believes she's not intentionally lying. What are my thoughts? My thoughts are that I do not feel that Carrie Roberts is a victim. Love Runkle, love his takes on things. You're going to watch different creators, different law tubers, and we're all going to have different opinions. I am so deep into this case. For over a year, I started covering this case in January of 2024. And I've been over all the pretrial motions. I've been over all the police reports, all the statements from the witnesses, all of their conflicting statements. And I've seen the way Carrie Roberts' statements morphed over time. The statement that she gave on the day was very different from the statement that she gave when she was sitting at Jen McCabe's house. And then some text messages appeared, some group text messages from Jen McCabe, between Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, where Jen McCabe is listening to Carrie's interview in the other room, saying she's telling them everything. And then I forget who responded. Maybe it was Brian Albert or Matt, one of the men, and said, great. So, listen, I don't think she can be manipulated so much now that I think about it more. I thought the first two witnesses were called in the beginning because they could be easily manipulated, but maybe it was just because they could be steered in a proper direction that Brennan could get them to say things that they could feel really strongly about, that they really believed. Like we know Nuttall from the first trial. I mean, he swore up and down that John O'Keefe was wearing a puffy jacket and that he had to cut that puffy jacket off of him. And then he changed his testimony to say, no, I was mistaken about the puffy jacket. But now I remember she said, I hit him 3 times, like all of it. He's basing his whole entire theory on the confessions. I think maybe she wasn't manipulated, but she may have been influenced and wanted to be part of the cool kids club or part of the inner circle. Remember, there's another text message that's going to come out from Jen McCabe about the little circle or the inner circle. And so I don't feel sorry for her now. Nope. Do you? Tell me if you guys do. Nixon, 3191, thanks for your 5. Witnesses can't ask questions. I had jury duty 2 months ago in Massachusetts, and the judge continuously reprimanded a witness who did this. That was a joke. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's interesting. So you were on the jury in another county? We've also seen Judge Halal. He's presided over the Dr. Turk trial that was in the same exact courtroom a week or two before this trial started. We watched that trial in its entirety. He was a very different judge. We also watched Judge Cannoni preside over a bench trial of Penny McGee and quickly acquitted her. She was different during that trial too. There was no jury. Maybe that's why. Thanks for your super chat. D, thanks. Semantics are so important here, but it feels like these semantics could rub the jury the wrong way. Whitley using different vocabulary words 2 years apart could be relatable to jurors. It could be. They could think, well, no big deal. They could think that about Carrie Roberts. Oh, no big deal. She didn't understand the question. She seems like a nice lady. She didn't understand the question. No big whoop. But again, if Massachusetts does not prosecute Carrie Roberts, did I say Carrie Murphy? Carrie Roberts for perjury, what message is that sending to the people of Massachusetts? You can lie to a grand jury. Don't worry, it's no big whoop. If you ever get caught later because the feds investigate, just say you didn't understand the question. It's fine. It's not a good look. Kimberly Sue Cassidy, clips without a witness on the stand. How? They've been doing it the whole time. I think both sides stipulated that these clips could come in without an authenticating witness. That was some of the pretrial stuff that we went over, but that is a great question, Kimberly. Passionarta says, hi all, Bev's contempt for Karen and her defense team has further empowered deceitful Brennan's BSing to the jury through bitter Bev's own contempt for the court, allowing Commonwealth witnesses to apply the same tactic. Great observation. Thank you. And thank you, Lynn, for your super sticker. Texas Prime. She should have never done these interviews. I watched Dateline too many times where jurors have stated after a guilty verdict, in the end, it was the defendant's own words. That's interesting. But the Dateline episodes that you watched, was that when the defendant took the stand or specifically when they were shown interview clips? I don't know. She wanted to tell her story. She said that several times. She wanted to tell her story. Some of the clips don't make her look great. Some of them make her look better. We went over a video from Ted Daniel. Ted Daniel did a segment with Karen where they were sitting in the backseat of a car. And I thought that was an excellent interview. She was humanized. She seemed genuine. And hopefully the defense will play it, because if the Commonwealth can play him, the defense can play him too, right? Mel, can someone in the higher level chuck this out of court? Thank you, Becky's. Yeah, the district attorney could walk in any day and say, I'm going to dismiss counts 1 and 3 of this indictment, or I'm going to dismiss all these charges. It's up to the district attorney to do it. And will he? No, I doubt it. He's way too far into this. I can't wait to see if Michael Marcy's texts and emails are coming in, if they got anything. So that's your answer. We saw that, actually during the Daniel Penny trial that I covered out of New York. Daniel Penny was on trial. I forget exactly what the charges were, but during deliberations, the district attorney in New York withdrew the highest count because the jury was taking a while. So they could. Will they? I don't know. Hold on. I'm patched. Come at me. Says, out of all their names to remember, do you remember Buchanan, the hardest name to say? Right. Thanks for doing it. Right. Right. But she didn't remember Proctor's name. Was she told not to mention Proctor? I don't know. Busted Flush. Can the defense use Microdot's video of the waterfall, or is it JFK's? Can they be shown? Thank you. The defense in the first trial, they did use some videos from Microdots. So I don't know if they've exchanged them and say they intend to use them, but the answer would be yes. If the judge allows it. Jay says, by the way, from Robert's testimony, why is there ring of them going in but not going out? Where they supposedly talked about the taillight. Yes, because Michael Proctor had possession of John O'Keefe's phone, and he accessed the Ring app from his phone. He admitted to that. Did he delete those videos? I don't know. They want you to think, Brennan wants you to think, and Mrs. O'Keefe wants you to think that because Karen Reed and her dad went upstairs into the bedroom to get her personal effects and her clothing before they left for that day, that they were up there deleting Ring video. And you heard Mr. Reed, we played a clip of him talking to reporters outside the courthouse yesterday, and they asked him that question, did you delete any Ring video? And he said, I wouldn't even know how to do that. No, I absolutely did not. Why are all their worst accusations not on video? Right. And why are so many videos missing? There's also no video of Karen returning home that night to 34 Fairview. Why? Because it showed her taillight intact, because that would have been before she backed into John's car in the driveway the next morning and cracked her taillight. Also, remember Michael Camerano testifying that John was doing something to get the garage ready so Karen could park in the garage because there was a blizzard coming. Karen wasn't used to parking in that garage. So when she was backing out of that garage, she backed into John's car. I mean, it's on video. You can see the car moving. We're going to hear a lot more about that too, because there are more experts that did measurements and such things to show that there was a collision or to show that there wasn't a collision between Karen's car and John's car. As Ramfish says, I like this guy, Michael Camerano, but why would Hank even call him? He adds absolutely nothing to his case. Hurts the murder and hurts the murder motive. Well, because he was with John that night. He saw Karen get to CF McCarthy's. I mean, I thought he was more helpful to the defense too. That's probably why, just placing him at CF McCarthy's, placing Karen at CF McCarthy's. I think he thought he was going to get some different stuff out of him, like, jealousy. Fire on Acid, why can't someone from Internal Affairs come in to clarify ARCA issues? I get why, but I don't when her life is on the line. Well, it wouldn't be somebody from Internal Affairs. It would be somebody from the U.S. Attorney's Office. But yes, I understand what you're saying. That would be great, wouldn't it? Or at least send the judge a letter or something like that. Canoni's disproportionate disdain. That's a great name. Commonwealth strategy, confuse with 100 reports instead of 3 or 4. Yes. Laura, appreciate you, Melanie, for all the long hours you put in for this trial. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate you guys for watching. Bobby Alessi's Slice and Dice now open for business. Says I'm salivating, waiting for Bobby Alessi's cross, hence my name. Yes, and here's the thing that's going to be so fire about this is that Robert Alessi, New York attorney extraordinaire, whose jam is expert witnesses and knows a lot about technology. I think you guys said he's also a licensed pharmacist too, right? Friends in low places. I think it's on the list. I think it's already on the list. He knows so much more about cellular forensics than Guarino does that he's going to ask him questions that Guarino is going to have no idea how to answer. And it's going to be like a Trooper Pulse type situation, I think. They're on break right now. They're on their morning break, the mid-morning break. Bella's mom, excellent name, says, do I think that Carrie got played? She wanted to be the star. Got played by who? By Jen McCabe? Maybe. You guys in the chat, tell me what you think. Thank you, Bella's mom. Double Trouble 247. She told her to shut up. Carrie did. Calling her crazy. Didn't believe her when she said he never came home. Yeah, supportive. Okay, we're back.
All right.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Could I see counsel for a minute regarding scheduling, please?
Of course. They got to talk about their field trip. They got to talk about the field trip. Denny Bacon. They called me about playing Karen in the movie. Oh, you're hilarious. You're hilarious. I'm way too old. Oh, you love my fair and insightful thoughts during this farce. You're the best. Thank you, Denny Bacon, for your 10. Thanks, Okie Nanny, for becoming a member. Josh, do you think Turtle Boy should use Carrie's perjury in his witless intimidation defense? So a journalist calling out your inconsistencies is now intimidation? Is one of the indictments he's facing against Carrie Roberts? Yeah, I think absolutely it can be used in his defense, but I don't recall if she was one of the people that he's got indictments against him for. You guys in the chat can clear that up for me. No, I don't see Mrs. O'Keefe in the gallery or Mr. O'Keefe. Thanks, Josh. I think I would use it. I'm sure Betterow will use it. And Bradle. Carrie was on the rolling rally. People are saying no. Carrie is not one of the... She tried to get harassment in, though. She did squeak it in there. Barney says, see the curtains hanging in the window in the evening on a Friday night? A little light, a little shining through the window. Lets me know everything's all right. Summer breeze makes me feel fine. Well done, Barney. Thanks for your 10. Who is Ingrid? Should we have grave concerns? No, Ingrid is apparently Karen's best friend. So there may be messages between Karen and her best friend that are discoverable. We may hear about them. We did not hear about them during the first trial. I don't recall hearing about them. Do you? Does anybody know? I don't know about Paul O'Keefe and his job. I have no idea what he does. Passion Arta, Melanie's Anger, Keep It High, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly for the playlist. I'll write it down. Thank you, Melissa. Are we able to know when the list of witnesses will be called? Nope. I covered that earlier. I'm sorry I didn't get to your super chat earlier. Someone else asked the same question. We don't get a list of knowing who's coming on, but they're talking about scheduling now, so maybe she'll let it slip in open court and then we'll know. Gina says, just want to say, cousin Sarah and myself love you. Hey, Gina. Hey, Sarah.
Okay,
love you
thank
too. Is anyone noting the times that the jury's in the courtroom and not in the courtroom? Well, if they're at sidebar, the jury's not there usually. But I think the jury's not there right now. They were just talking about scheduling outside the presence of the media and everyone else in the courtroom. You mean noting how things are different, noting how
All rise for the court, please. Your inventory.
The jury's entering now. That's when the camera has to go to the fan because they can't show the jurors. Hey, good citizen, I'm not sure what you're asking me. Bobby Leslie Slice and Dice is now open for business. King David Yannetti to Judge Bev. Not today, Bev. Not today. Monica wants to know when Karen Reed wins, will they search for the real killers? Well, the investigation was so bad from the beginning that are they going to be able to? Unless somebody rolls over and is an actual witness to any actual crimes, it'd be very, very difficult to prosecute anybody else. Who's following the script? Telling them everything, says Sissy 2.
Goes back in session at 80 feet.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Back to
Just a
Guarino.
few more items I'd like you to recognize. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you an envelope. Do you know what's in that envelope?
Yes, the raw data extraction of John O'Keefe's cell phone.
Your Honor, ask it to be marked simply for identification, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Second folder.
Yes, the raw data extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone that I created.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, ask it to be marked for identification as well.
All right. Thank you.
Rawr. Rawr. Data. Rawr. Hannah.
Trooper, you shared with us that
Hannah, your wife Linda loves you with all of her heart. Thank you for watching from Scotland, Linda and Hannah. I love you guys even more.
you downloaded the extraction of the phones that you identified and you made reports based on specific identified features. For example, a conversation between two people.
Yes, well, I didn't do the extraction of Jen's phone, but I made those reports with the PDFs from the data extraction.
Relative to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant's phones, you created a document that provided us the phone calls between them on January 29th.
Yes, that's correct.
And separately, you also provided a document that included all of the chats or text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 29th, 2022.
Yes, it also included the 28th.
Thank you.
Yes.
And in that compilation, did you put together or do you create or review a PowerPoint of those?
Yes, I did.
And what was the point of that?
Just to show the texts and calls in a chronological order, because that way you're not looking at two different documents trying to compare and contrast the calls to text messages when each is coming in.
And did you begin that PowerPoint presentation with a call at 2:16:10 on January 28, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And are there additional chats or text messages earlier that morning?
Yes, there's a handful starting around 9:45 a.m.
May I
Yes.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Notice how he's distancing himself from the extraction of Jennifer McCabe's phone. He's done this twice, at least that I've counted. He didn't extract her phone. So he's going to claim that when he did not find the 227 search and did not find the deleted search and the deleted calls, that he wasn't the one who extracted it. He just interpreted the data. Important point in my mind. He does not want to be prosecuted for anything.
Let us know if you recognize what's in it.
Yes. So this is the bulk of this is the PowerPoint calls and text messages, and then at the beginning, there's the messages from before 2:16 in the morning.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
For permission, I'd ask the witness to read the text messages from the morning hours, and then we begin the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you have a hard copy of those for me?
It was provided. I'll see if we have another copy if you don't have it.
All right, I have, it's in here, the pre-morning hours. The ones that we discussed at Sidebar. If you don't have them,
The defense has a copy for you, Your Honor.
thank you.
The Spotify mixtape link
Thank you, Ms.
is in the show notes below this video. I don't know exactly what I titled it. Something like Karen Reed trial mixtape. but you can link right to it, Homegrown Alligator, right in the show notes below.
May we begin, Your Honor?
Please.
Could you first read the text messages from that morning to the jury?
Yes. Apologize if I misspelled things or state things. Start time, all right. It's a little different than the format I had before. All right, this is from Karen Reed to John O'Keefe. You have really hurt me this time. This was sent at 9:49:20 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy. This is sent at 10:02:56 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm not the same as everyone else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you in what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point.
Okay, I want you to pay special attention to these text messages, and you tell me that Karen Reed is not dealing with an avoidant man who does not want to deal with their problems, does not want to discuss their issues with her, and who may drink a bit too much. They both may, and that this is a normal everyday fight. He's going to read them with a really flat affect. So just pay attention to the words, not his inflection, his lack of tone, and think about what's going on. This is the day of the 28th, leading up to them meeting out at the McCarthy's in Waterfall, starting from the early morning.
And continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I am falling apart and trying to get answers and help. 10:09:49 a.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I am just your girlfriend. I am not a perfect parent. I am trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. 10:46 a.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I know, I'm sorry for lashing out. I'm just hurting and struggle daily with them. Always feel like I'm failing at this parenting thing. I wasn't built for this. 10:12 a.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Kaylee isn't perfect, but everything wonderful about her is because of you. 12:21:36 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji is sent at 12:21:59 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, it's true, I know she's her mother's daughter, but she wouldn't be so bright and successful if she lived with anyone else. 12:22:51 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, wow, Kristen just sent 2 back-to-back messages to not lose your faith in the kids. 12:31:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or in yourself, at 12:31:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, there's 2 emojis sent at 12:32:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, and there's 2 emojis. Life can pick you up sometimes. Please be happy with them and put away your frustrations for the rest of the day. And be so proud of yourself, JJ. That's 12:33:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, that's what bothers me more than anything. Should have sent Peg's or Sarah's W-2s. We're all equal guardians. 1:18:21 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe you can call someone. 1:21:55 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like who? 1:46:42 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what time are you coming here? 1:47:38 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's another emoji sent, 2:05:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know what time, feel kind of out of it, just trying to clear my head, 2:06:07 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he writes, okay. 2:06:25 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, text me when you guys settle in later. 2:06:44 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, sure. 2:06:58 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to, oh, no, it's cut off here, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That must be where the,
They did say that, Hank said that the emojis now show up on the new version, but
I believe it, yeah, it goes to the next one.
I want to know what emojis they sent to each other.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Was it a heart? Was it a middle finger?
Court's permission, we'll begin the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Yes. She's so eager to give him whatever he wants. Makes me mad.
At your leisure.
Okay. The phone calls, text messages, and then we'll start with the first slide. This is from the defendant to John O'Keefe. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16:10 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not sure what you want me to do. He said, I'm sorry, and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. 2:17:16 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. 2:17:33 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know. 2:17:40 PM on the 28th. At 2:17:45 PM, the defendant calls John. The phone call is answered and they speak for 2 minutes, 22 seconds. 2:23:02 PM, the defendant calls John. That's again answered at 10, and they speak for 1 minute, 2 seconds. At 2:24:17 PM, the defendant calls John and the call is rejected. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. 2:25:18 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? 2:26:03 PM on the 28th. At 2:28:40 PM, the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Mr. Guarino, can you explain to us the difference between not answered and rejected?
Yes, so if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail button to disable the call to stop it from ringing.
What does this prove? You know what it proves to me? It proves to me that she's trying to work out their issues, and it proves to me that he's an avoidant and he doesn't want to. And he keeps rejecting her calls. And if it was me and I kept having my calls rejected when I wanted to talk about a problem and solve it, and I kept getting my calls rejected, I would get mad. And would anybody else get mad? Let's listen to see what happens next.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, kids are here, not in the mood to talk. 2:29:03 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this.
She feels used.
2:29:12 PM
She feels
on the
used.
28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into so much anymore? 2:30:23 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not how it went down, but okay. 2:30:26 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? 2:30:52 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. 2:32:28 PM on the 28th. At 2:32:47 PM, the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Because she'd rather talk on the phone because texts can be misconstrued. I'm just going to point out to you guys, if anybody knows anything about attachment styles, you can find out all about them on Instagram. There's the avoidant attachment style, the anxious attachment style, and the secure attachment style. These two were avoidant and anxious. Never the twain shall meet unless they learn how to deal with each other. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, OMG, stop calling, 2:32:54 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then why would you start with me this morning, 2:32:58 p.m. on the 28th? From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you're setting me up to fail, 2:33:05 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you started a number of fights from your end, 2:33:26 p.m. on the 28th. And John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again, 2:33:31 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into this anymore, 2:33:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not into fighting all the time, correct, 2:34:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world, 2:34:11 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he sends an emoji, 2:34:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then stop starting with me, 2:34:20 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:29 p.m. the defendant calls John. He rejects the call. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm not answering, stop calling, 2:34:42 p.m. on the 28th.
Classic avoidant. A weekly fight is not daily. That's a great point, KPT. He says, I'm tired of dealing with this every week. Good point. We did see that
From the
emoji.
defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? 2:34:43 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:54 p.m. the defendant calls John. That's rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, Kaylee is right here, 2:35:02 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, you start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me, 2:35:41 p.m. on the 28th.
She says he's the one picking fights.
The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm going to grab a drink in a bit, 2:38:14 p.m. on the 28th. 2:38:42 p.m. the defendant calls John. That call is rejected. The defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer? 2:38:52 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going, not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. 2:39:46 p.m. on the 28th.
What kind of a passive-aggressive BS is that? Not sure why you need to announce that you're going to have a drink, but fine. She's calling him to see if he wants to meet her so they can get together and talk in person like adults.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, seeing if you want to meet me later, 2:40:22 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please call me? 2:40:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, have to take them to the doctor. He has practice. 2:40:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, 5 minutes. 2:41:17 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:43:01 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 2:43:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant, my father just walked in. 2:43:58 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? 2:44:14 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not right now. 2:44:23 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm there when anyone else needs me. 2:44:26 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:45:32 PM, the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. The defendant calls Mr. O'Keefe. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for amends. 2:46:16 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing. Now you tell me you're not into doing things and you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. 2:47:08 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I've been dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong.
Sounds like a narcissist.
2:48:34 PM on the 28th.
Yes.
At 2:56 PM, the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. At 2:51:13 PM, the defendant calls John. It's rejected. 2:52:37 PM, John calls the defendant. It's not answered. At 2:53:56, the defendant calls John. Again, not answered. The defendant, John O'Keefe, you seriously cannot pick up the phone for 2 seconds. 2:54:13 PM. 2:58:05 PM, the defendant calls John. It's rejected. At 2:59:13, John calls the defendant. The call is answered and they speak for 4 minutes, 59 seconds.
He finally calls her.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, why don't you meet me at Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 PM. John O'Keefe to the defendant sends an emoji.
The emoji.
3:10:08 PM on the 28th.
The emoji is the emoji, the face with the eyes looking up. Tell me what your interpretation of that emoji is, because he's not saying what the emoji is. And if you're driving or not watching your screen, I'm going to tell you.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or whenever you get, or whenever you get everyone settled, 3:10:35 PM on the 28th.
It's an eye roll. Okay, rolling eyes. Thank you.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want to go start drinking, then go for it. 3:36:21 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I didn't know the times of his practice. 3:36:40 PM on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe, I just want to give you space at the house without me there. So rather meet you out than meet at the house. 3:37:01 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, yeah, well, now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop on my couch.
I imagine that's his
3:37:36 PM on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, that too. 3:37:46 PM, 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is he going to Collins? 3:38:23 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not tonight. 3:38:32 PM on the 28th.
You could hear a pin drop in that courtroom.
The defendant to John O'Keefe, so do you plan on going out tonight? 3:39:01 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, I don't know. 3:39:17 PM on the 28th.
Karen, I don't know, with double exclamation points.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, you're like jonesing to drink, so go. 3:39:43 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I am paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without kids around.
Right, without the kids around. I don't want to be there because you've been yelling at me for spoiling the kids. You got mad at me this morning because I took Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts on the way to school to get her an iced coffee. He got mad about it. You got mad at me for buying an expensive sweater, getting her nails done. So instead of he's asking her to come over, she's like, no, just meet me out somewhere. Because every time I get around the kids, You blame me for something. And that's why later when you hear her voicemail, she's like, you're treating me like a babysitter. You know, you're using me. And Carrie Roberts did say at one time that she was like a babysitter with benefits, or maybe it was one of the Sullivan sisters who said that. These, in my opinion, as a woman who has lived a relationship like this, these make her look better than him, in my opinion.
3:40:24 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan?
Oh, all of a
4:47,
sudden,
16 p.m. on the
all of a
28th.
sudden at 4:47, 16 p.m., he changes his tune. What's your plan? Right? Here we go. Watch him change because he needs a ride. Listen.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one. 4:50:09 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home. 4:50:26 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes. 4:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here, or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:59:45 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant, John O'Keefe, okay. 5:01:55 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:02:23 p.m. on the 28th.
Are you coming here? Are you coming here or staying home?
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:03:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around the kids, I think it's clear me around with the kids around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:04:16 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:04:19 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:04:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't think so. 5:05:27 p.m. on the 28th. Defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position. Rather just meet you out for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:06:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:07:34 p.m. on the 28th.
What kind of an a-hole response is that? I have no idea what's going on. So you just do what you want. Dennis says he's channeling his frustration, having to take care of the kids, loves them, but wanted to just be an uncle.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging it for a few more hours. 5:09:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, when you know the story and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:12:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, no, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:13:18 p.m. on the 28th.
Now he's guilting her into coming.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:14:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you come up.
You're
and I
right,
head
Dennis.
out.
It says
Really?
Karen
Emoji.
Reed, from Karen Reed, or to Karen Reed. And he keeps saying the defendant. He's not reading the text accurately. You're right, Dennis.
5:15:48.
Wait, I just missed that one. I want to hear that again. You come up and I head out? Really? And then it's got the eye roll emoji from John. I just want to see the one before that. I know your heart's not in this anymore. Let me know what your father is doing.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, you come up and I head out, really, emoji, 5:15:48. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've told you already, I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle, 5:16:52 p.m. on the 28th.
Battle over iced coffee.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, head out together with an emoji, 5:17:49.
Eye roll
on the
emoji.
28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or meet out, 5:17:54 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5:19:42 p.m. on the 28th.
He wants her to come over. It's 5:19.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5:20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I would like to, been a shit day from the jump. 5:20:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, probably 5:20:39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I just got sober an hour ago. 5:20:56 p.m. on the 28th.
I just got sober an hour ago at 5:20 p.m. Put a pin in that. I just got sober an hour ago, which would have made it 4:20 p.m., meaning from the night before.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll text you, hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5:25:12 p.m. on the 28th.
Now she's trying to put some distance between them.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you send me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5:26:38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I paid the last bill. 5:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you didn't have to do that, thanks. 5:27:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, are you really not going to accept my friend request? 5:32:33 p.m. on the 28th.
My friend request, that's Facebook. So she sent him a friend request on Facebook on January 28th of 2022. They hadn't been Facebook friends and they had been dating for 2 years. That's interesting. And he paid a bill for her. I'm not sure who that guy Tim Zoll is. I don't know if that's a plumber. I'm not sure. Maybe somebody who did some work around her house.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji on what, FB?
Eye roll.
5:33:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, we've been going out for 2 years.
Yeah.
5:33:20 p.m.
I say this all the time. There's nothing good that comes from Facebook. Nothing. Nothing.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, I haven't gone on. You defriended me over a year ago, I believe. 5:33:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Kerry texted that they're headed out in a bit.
That's interesting.
6:05:29 p.m. on the 28th.
Yeah, you're right. Hold on. You're right. They met on Facebook. They reconnected on Facebook. He had sent her a message on Facebook like, hey, stranger, what's up? Because they had dated like many, many years before. And then maybe she got mad at him over a year ago and like deleted him as a friend. And now he won't refriend her because he blames it on her for defriending him. This is so triggering. Facebook is poison. Karina, this other girl says he was absolutely using her and I feel badly.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, okay, 6:14:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, she's going to let me know where.
I don't think she's
17:51 p.m.
She's not talking about Kerry Roberts. It must be a different Kerry because Kerry Roberts is with a Y and she said with an I, Kerry. Different Kerry.
28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going to meet them 6:18:12 p.m. on the 28th.
Now he's getting jealous that she's going out with other
From the
people.
defendant to John O'Keefe, just presenting it as an option. Wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. 6:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, 6:29:45 p.m. on the 28th.
Thank you, Karen.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, sounds you're like good with getting together tonight, 6:31:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me, 6:32:24 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over, but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere, 6:33:44 p.m. on the 28th.
He's so avoidant. Mike Camerano,
From the
guy who
defendant
just
to John
testified.
O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times, 6:34:34 p.m. on the
Oh, so she's saying that she doesn't feel comfortable around Mike Camerano, who's the guy who just testified earlier, his friend who was very sad on the stand. Mike's been a little off with me for a while. I've said that multiple times. She didn't feel like Mike liked her. And she's like, all right, well, if you're going to go out with Mike, maybe I'm not going to come.
28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by. 6:38:09 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, wouldn't mind hanging out with other people, like another female too. 6:39:09 p.m. on the.
She doesn't want to go out on guys' night. The other side tried to spin this from the beginning before these messages were released or came out that she crashed guys' night. She just showed up with him and Mike Camerano. She wasn't even invited. They didn't want her there. These text messages are painting a very different picture.
28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, where are you meeting them? 6:39:28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere. 6:39:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you want to go out with Mike solo, that's fine. Just let me know. 6:40:17 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. Not going to keep doing this. 6:41:07 p.m. on the 28th.
Again, he's blaming her for everything. The passive aggressiveness comes through in these text messages. Anybody who's ever been in any kind of a relationship with an alcoholic understands the feeling of walking on eggshells all the time, never knowing what's going to happen next, never knowing which version of the person is going to show up next. And somebody said that, and I highlighted the comment. Anybody who doesn't understand this should do some research on alcoholism. I'm not denigrating a dead person. I'm going to tell you that at autopsy, his BAC was 0.29, and he did not appear to be highly intoxicated by any of the people who were around him. Okay? Keep that in mind. Alcohol has a funny way of bringing out the worst in people. Absolutely. Jekyll and Hyde. You know, earlier in the day, he doesn't want to deal with her. He's hungover, obviously, because he says he didn't sober up until 5:20 in the afternoon. So to me, these messages make me understand what Karen's going through a lot better and have more sympathy for her. And if there are 9 women on the jury, 9 men, 12 will deliberate in the end, but it's evenly split. And some people in the chat are having PTSD from just hearing these messages. But I do not think this is helpful in any way to the prosecution. Let me know what you think.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I asked to let me know if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21.
He's jealous of her relationship with the kids. They like her. They're chatty with her. It makes him mad because he's always the bad guy that's got to lay down the rules and the law to the children. And she spoils them and she buys them things and they like her. They like her. and she doesn't want to piss him off. So she doesn't want to show up and have the kids like her and come flocking to her. His BAC was 0.29 at autopsy, something like 2 days later, via vitreous fluid.
On the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving, Kay is with Mad Cam. 6:44:02 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then. 6:46.
Wait, hold on one second.
6:44:02 p.m. on the 28th.
Oh, Pat, the nephew.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll text Chris then. 6:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06:13 p.m. on the
What's your
28th.
plan, Karen? Anytime your boyfriend calls you by your first name instead of like babe, honey, what's your plan, Karen? I mean, I could just feel the tone in my head. That's not a nice tone when you call your girlfriend by her first name. You tell me if you think I'm wrong and I'm reading too much into this. I don't believe that they read all of these messages last time. You can also correct me on that. Thought they cherry picked some. Or maybe I just wasn't paying as close attention as I am now after Will and I read these to each other on his show.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want me to join or no? 7:06:37 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans. 7:07:04 p.m. on the 28th.
Okay, that clears that up. It's Carrie Curran, Curran. That was another couple I think that they were friends with or she was friends with.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet. 7:07:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, where are you headed? 7:09:22 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's. 7:14:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay then, let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield. 7:21:50 p.m. on the 28th.
Medfield is where she owned a home.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave. Still waiting on McKinney's. 7:22:28 p.m.
She had to sell her house in Medfield to pay
On the
her legal
28th.
fees in this case.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 p.m. on the 28th.
Here's where the plumber argument comes in that Michael Camerano told you about earlier. I'm having issues with my hot water, so I had to text someone to take a look. That's at 7:24 p.m. Listen to his reaction and responses to this. Oh, it's Mansfield? Sorry, did I say Medfield? I'm sorry, it's Mansfield. Sorry, I'm getting my fields mixed up. Thanks, Cubert and CCBs and everyone else who told me she owned a home in Mansfield. She had to sell it to pay her legal fees. That part is correct.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you trying to piss me off.
You trying to piss me off?
7:25:35 on the 28th.
About a plumber with the eye roll emoji.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot. 7:20.
Hope your plumber buddy that you, in quotes, texted is hot, John says to Karen at 7:26:24 p.m. Do you think while he and Michael were sitting around, they were having a cocktail or two, or a beer or two, or three or four or five?
6:24 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used is right down the road. 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not. 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that. 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit? 7:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot, 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up, don't turn it all the way up, 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th.
Now all of a sudden he has concern for her. He's trying to help her. Now that we get into past the hangover, sobering up, and now it's 2 hours later, 2 hours later since he sobered up. And now we know the whole story, says Miss Lynn. And apparently John's dad was a plumber. Thank you.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out, 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was, 7:27:41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here, 7:28:08 p.m. on the 28th.
Just turn it back to where it was, the hot water heater, and get over here, John says to Karen at 7:28:08 p.m. Okay? Get over here. Well, he certainly changed his tune from earlier in the morning, didn't he? When he said, I'm just so sick and tired of this fighting every week. I'm not into it. All this fighting. Who's jealous? Yep.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek, 7:28:53 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight, 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower, 7:29:45 p.m. on the 28th.
She said earlier, I've been going through a lot of stuff too. I'm trying to get answers. Like maybe she had some health issues that she was dealing with. She's had a chill since her shower. He's like, you're going to go home tonight? Like he's mad. Now he wants her to stay for the whole weekend because there's a blizzard and the kids are going to be stuck home. And maybe he wants help with the kids, or maybe he just really wants her around when he wants her around. Right?
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow. No driving, 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's, 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th.
7:41:29, he's heading to McCarthy's with Michael.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving, 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming, 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th.
By 7:42, he's like, why? Now you're not coming? Wow.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway, 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves.
Bam, there it is. There it is, my friends. We're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. There it is. The truth comes out at 7:43:10 p.m. It only took all day to get to it between these two. Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
3:10 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after, 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji, 7:43:31 p.m.
It's a winky emoji. 8 o'clock on a Friday, like as if Michael had a curfew. He had to be home by 8 o'clock on a Friday. I don't know. I'm not sure what that means. Let me just take it back to the one before that. He's not going home after. And then he says 8 o'clock on a Friday. John says to Karen with a wink.
8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji, 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, he may have to get Michael, 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8 knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the
Well,
28th.
that sure ramped up quickly, John O'Keefe. You have a plumber coming over at 8 o'clock, knowing that Papa and I could have handled it. Good luck. I mean, the passive aggressive BS from this guy, it's palpable. He wants her to be where he wants her when he wants her to be there at 8 o'clock on a Friday night. How dare she wait for a plumber at 8 o'clock on a Friday night? He's practically accusing her of banging the plumber because there's no plumber that would come over at 8 o'clock at night on a Friday, even though he lives around the corner and maybe has a day job and this is a side gig for him. I don't know. But who's jealous here, you guys? Who's jealous? How far away is Mansfield from like CF McCarthy's? You guys can let me know in the chat. How long would it take her to get there? Half hour?
From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy, Richie, fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5.
Bam.
7.
Bam. I knew my plumbing wasn't working. My hot water wasn't working. When you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, I did not want to bother you to come and fix my plumbing because you were already mad at me and you're already going off on me at everything that happened this morning. So you weren't even answering my calls. Maybe during one of those missed calls, the rejected calls, maybe she was going to say, listen, my hot water's not working, but he wouldn't answer her calls. He kept rejecting her calls. I've always told you, I will not put either of you out, meaning him or his dad. I won't put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. Nobody else would help him with those children. He had said that. It's out there. Karen was complaining about it to Karina Kolakithis at the Waterfall. You're going to hear from her. She's going to testify that John and I could never get any time alone because nobody else in the family would ever help him with the children. She says, I knew it wasn't working, meaning the plumbing, right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. So I didn't want to bother you and give you one more thing on your plate because you're always complaining about how you have so much on your plate and you have no help and you're not good at this dad thing. And then she tries to like encourage him. Yes, you are. You're a great dad. You're a great dad. And then she says, and this guy, Richie, fixed it the last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, but now it's like 8 o'clock.
48:01 p.m. on the 28th.
7:48, sorry.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it.
Right,
7:48:20 p.m.
Now she knows he's getting mad. She's like, all right, I'll just tell him to forget it.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, if you need a new water heater, don't let him do it. 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant text from the defendant to John O'Keefe. He's here now. If it's not quick, I'm not doing it. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. He's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for.
Oops, that's going to set him off. He doesn't even charge you. He must be hot for you.
On the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. He just put the toilet seats on crooked.
Then she tries to crack a joke so he won't get jealous.
28 p.m. on the 28th.
Is it Richie from Microdots? I don't know. I was thinking that
John
too.
O'Keefe.
Is Richie from Microdots the plumber? I don't know. Team Wicked versus Wicked Smart. Now I need to know. Is Richie the plumber? Microdots Richie? And then at 8:09 already, he's asking for status. Where are you, Karen? Where are you, Karen? Where are you, Karen?
The defendant status 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. And the defendant to John O'Keefe still here with an emoji.
Eye roll emoji.
8:09:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe.
Richie is not
said
the
he's
plumber.
got to go to HD and probably be back mañana.
Home Depot.
8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th.
Got to go to Home Depot probably for something. We'll be back
John
tomorrow.
O'Keefe to the defendant. So 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th.
No, it's so ... 8:24:43. Like, so are you coming? Like, Higgins texted her that night. Well ... So ... Don't leave out the ... That's important. Richie is not the plumber. No rumors.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji.
It's a shrug emoji.
8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here. 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need? 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know. He showed me some pieces that was all rusted.
Some
An
piece.
emoji. I don't understand half this stuff.
With a shrug.
8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th.
Shrug emoji.
John O'Keefe to the defendant on the water heater. 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes. 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday. 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th.
He does not want anybody else fixing her plumbing. And she's like, there's going to be a blizzard. I really need hot water.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm. 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th.
John's dad is a plumber.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work. 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m.? 8:29:32 p.m.
He does not want that plumber at her house.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, but he lives right down the road. 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. 8:30:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday. 8:30:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I better not still have this problem on Monday. 8:31:22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there. 8:30.
You plan on being there on Monday? That means to me one or two things. Like, I expect you to stay here all weekend. I'm being told that Karen never met Richie from Microdots until the trial happened. So it's not Richie. Some people out there are rooting for Karen and Richie, just like they're rooting for Olivia and Joe Flipperhead. You know, you know. You plan on being there? Meaning, I would expect you to stay here during a blizzard for the whole weekend. Or do you plan on being there while the plumber is there? Because maybe I don't want you in the house at the same time as this hot plumber that he's imagining in his mind. This is 8:31:43 p.m. on the 28th of January, 2022.
31:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I too know I can take a hot shower there here if I need to. 8:32:14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday. 8:32:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. 8:32:54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. 8:33:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now. 8:33:52 p.m. on the 28th.
She's trying to give him what he wants.
John O'Keefe
Space.
to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere. 8:33:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m. 8:35:14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few min. Let me know if you leave. 8:35:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, and an emoji.
Eye
So
roll
sure.
emoji.
8:34 p.m.
Eye roll emoji with sure. Okay, he might as well have written whatever.
on the 28th. And that was the last of them.
Chloe Bites says, little did John know that everyone would be driving the next day. Well done. That was their last text communication, apparently, of the evening. Because then she showed up at CF McCarthy's.
And you can feel free to stand.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
I think he has a bad back. That's why he needs to stand.
So that presentation is a compilation of text messages and phone calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant on January 28, 2022.
Yes, that was.
Aside from that compilation, are there other text messages and phone calls that you've reviewed between John O'Keefe and the defendant that evening, January 28, 2002, going into past midnight, January 29, 2022?
Yes, there's more text messages.
And those text messages and phone calls, are they a separate compilation from this?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, this time I'd ask us to release Trooper Guarino and recall him at a later date.
Yes. All right. There's no objection, Mr. Alessi, correct?
No objection, subject to the bench.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Trooper. We'll see you another time.
We're going to recall him to read her or to play her voicemail messages. And so Alessi's cross
Is
is
this the
going
time
to
for me to see counsel at sidebar?
Alessi's cross is going to be reserved for
Yes.
I'm going to introduce
recall.
exhibits or clips 7 through 11.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, could I begin with clip 7?
Yes.
This is Karen's interview with 2020, September 27, 23.
I have had probably about 4, and not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink maybe more than a few sips at the Waterfall.
And 4 drinks you felt fine to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
Okay.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody?
It's happy.
Yeah.
It's
You'd had a lot to drink, right?
I wouldn't say I'd have like a normal amount, like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes.
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to get a
Yeah,
sense.
buzzed.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
Okay, that clip was audio only. That was an interview with Gretchen Voss. And she said she was drinking vodka tonics, right? If you're not looking at your screen, this is a clip from the ID Docuseries, June 15th, 2024.
The final count of my alcohol intakes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like all soda water with lime. Not that I need it to be a martini, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get a shot and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then I would pour a shot into it. So that would count as 2. But frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. the guys that we were with brought around the shots, and they gave me one that I didn't drink, but I poured it in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is a shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the Waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka. He's like, just take it with you, which is something he always did. So then I go into Waterfall, and I put that drink down and I socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink at the Waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
Here's a clip of the defendant's interview with ID Docuseries, April 30th, 2024.
I mean, I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drank, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have hit him? Did I run over his foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16. And I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to go look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's stormy. I have had a few cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
Some people are saying this is clearing it up. This is ID Docuseries 6/15/24.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, you know, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I don't think I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. I mean, I've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection.
The car was, what did you say? The driveway, the garage was incredibly narrow, and I have a very oversized SUV. And I guess she typically didn't park in the garage, so I just wanted to take that back a second.
I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me, there's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. But I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, why did he let her drive? I have questions. I have a lot of questions. We may play that again because I heard that court is done for the day. We have a lot of questions, and I think I want to play through those clips again. And John was still not hit by a car. Exactly. John was still not hit by a car. The issue that I see here is that a lot of people just have issues with drunk driving in general. And therefore, because she admitted that she was buzzed and she was drinking that night, they may want to find her guilty of something. But there is no standalone drunk driving charge. I don't know why I don't know why they're done, but people said they're done. And I just confirmed with someone who's in the courtroom. So John O'Keefe was still not hit by a car. no matter how much Karen Reed drank that night. He wanted her to be his designated driver.
All right, jurors, there was some confusion with counsel regarding witnesses. So those are the witnesses for today, so we're done for today. Counsel assures me that won't happen again, but more importantly, we're on track. We're on schedule, not going for the rest of the day, won't interfere with our schedule at all. It looks like it's, I'm telling all the curtains here, but it looks
It's
like
Hank's.
it's a beautiful day.
It's Hank's issue. He's the one who is supposed to have witnesses. This is his case in chief. Where are his
So for
witnesses?
that, we're comfortable close. We'll be walking around a little bit. We'll be going by bus, and I'll have more instructions for you tomorrow morning.
Wait, is the field trip
Please
tomorrow
follow
morning?
those instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Remember, tomorrow's a holiday.
All rise for the court, please.
The view is tomorrow. So they're back to the regular schedule of doing the view tomorrow. Are they gonna have any argument or anything? Let me just, maybe there's no more testimony for today. Oh wait, they do have some more things to say to the judge, so hang on. That's on Hank. He needed to have witnesses ready for today. Wasting the jury's time. She gets so mad about wasting the jury's time. Is she gonna yell at him?
Jury is exiting the courtroom.
All right. Mr. Brennan, have you had an opportunity to think about whether experts should be permitted to either be present or watch the proceeding? And I also want to know, are you expecting to put on any expert testimony tomorrow?
Dr. Fowler will testify tomorrow. I think that should be considered expert testimony. He provides the procedures and protocol for the testing of blood serum.
Okay.
So I think he's technically considered an expert, although one of the briefer ones.
All right. Does the defense want an expert to be able to watch that? All right. So I know we've had a lot going on this morning. Do you want to address this tomorrow? When do you want to address whether experts should be present?
I can address it tomorrow morning. I can
All
consider
right.
it.
We'll do that. And have you talked about who you all mean? Like, do you all know who you want to have exempt from the sequestration order?
We haven't got to that detail. I'm sure they have in mind who they want. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
All
We
right.
can have that discussion so that we can present it tomorrow what my position is and address the court on the witnesses.
Sure, we can do that. And then I know you said that you've got an agreement that you'll provide witnesses or a list of witnesses in advance to defense counsel, and I'm sure you'll provide witnesses in advance to Mr. Brennan. Include me on that, please. I just like to know
Very
who's
well.
coming up the next day because I have to prepare as well.
Happy to. Thank you.
Okay? All right, so we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you again.
All rise.
Wow, half a day. It's a half a day because Hank Brennan did not have his witnesses lined up. That's insane. It is 12:09 here on the East Coast, and there's no more court for the day, but we have plenty of more things to talk about. So don't worry, I'm still keeping you company. KYWYY. You got to change your name to something I can pronounce because I feel bad every time I can't pronounce it. This just proves that involuntary manslaughter is the only charge that should be up for consideration. They still haven't decided whether or not the experts are going to be allowed to sit in for other expert testimony that is commonly done in most other courts in the land of where I live in New York. The expert witnesses are always allowed to listen to other expert witnesses' testimony. So I'm not really sure why he's got a problem with it, or does he have a problem with it? We're not even really sure because he hasn't really said whether or not he has a problem with it. I guess he's going to decide by the morning. They're going on the field trip tomorrow to 34 Fairview. The car will be there. Karen's allowed to go. So I'm not sure if they're going to hear testimony first or if they are going to go on their field trip and then come back for testimony, but I will find out. So we'll have a better idea of what it is exactly that we're doing tomorrow because it's Friday. Go figure. Let's get to you guys and your questions and comments. Jay says, how is what the judge doing legal? She cuts off the attorneys, asks the witnesses herself, and then forces the attorney to move on. As an attorney, is that allowed? Yes. Judges have very wide latitude. They are the gatekeeper. gatekeeper to what goes on in their courtroom. Some judges are better at it than others. Seems a complete violation of the defendant's rights. These are all things that are being preserved on the record in the event of a conviction for appeal. And we don't get to hear those arguments in court. Everything here is done at sidebar. That's another thing that I don't like. But, you know, we're in the land of the lost. And Chaka is our mascot. Thanks, Jay, for your super chat. Nuttle's Selective Memory says, if for whatever crazy reason they have another hung jury, do you think they will try the case again? Absolutely, I do. Unless a new district attorney is elected by then, because Marcy is up for re-election. I think, you guys, in 2026, tell me. I have to, it's bothering me, this view. Hold on. And so if there's a new district attorney elected, maybe the new district attorney won't continue to prosecute. However, they've tried people 3, 4, 5 times in Massachusetts, at least 3 and 4. There are several cases that I know where people were retried 3 and 4 times after mistrials. Anyone know how many Canton police staff retired after John's death? I do not know. Do not know that answer, but if anybody in the chat does, you can tag Melanie with 4 E's at the end of her name. King Ginger, thanks for your super chat. Jen is probably jealous of Karen for being more successful than her, and that John is a way better man than her blubbering husband, Matt. Well, thank you for your thoughts. It's a good time to point out that the thoughts of my viewers are not necessarily my thoughts and opinions. Bobby Alessi, Slice and Dice, Mike Camerano is a class act. Kudos to you, sir. So sorry for the loss of your best friend. Yes. Looney Cat, the real question is, does Auntie Beverly care about justice? She could make such a name for herself by being the only one in the state for justice. Yeah, she just, I don't know. The district attorney just wants a conviction. They don't care about truth or justice, in my opinion. They just want a conviction. They want to pin it on the girl. Coach Bev says, Joe Flipahead made a good point on Twitter. Why was Jen bringing up the Google search in 2022 if it wasn't found until 2023? She knew the search would be found eventually, never thought of it that way. That's exactly what I said earlier. I said that earlier. I said she had to have a cover story. Her husband is in IT. She knew what she did, because think about it. 222 is the exchange of butt dials between Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. 227 is the search. What else? What was going on there? It tracks. It just tracks. She had to have a story, perhaps, in my opinion, to account for the search that may or may not have been found on her phone. Because remember, it's going to come out that she deleted one Google search out of 4,500 and maybe 60 searches on her phone. Only one. The only one was Haas Long to Dying Cold. Tra-la-la, Melanie, I'm still standing for Melton John on the Spotify list. The lyrics are fitting. Thank you very much. Tra-la-la, I'm still standing. We'll write that down and come back to that later. Backstabbers by the OJ Spotify playlist. Thank you, Chris. Nixon 3191 says here she was on jury duty in a different county. It was Middlesex, Lowell Superior Court. Ed Wallace was here. He's a forensics expert on Duty Ron with Duty Ron and Ed Wallace YouTube channel. Does this prove that the crimes of conspiracy, tampering with witnesses, perjury, subordination of perjury were committed by the prosecutors, the McBrides, Alberts, Roberts, Higgins, and Proctor? Maybe. I have another question. Why did Hank Brennan and Adam Lally both throw her to the wolves? They knew that this was going to come up because they have to turn over all their impeachment evidence in Massachusetts. Why did nobody tell her she had the right to bring an attorney before she admitted on the stand to committing perjury in front of a grand jury? Is she an outsider too? White Chloe Claus. Canton PD did a wellness check at John O'Keefe's One Meadows house, but did not go inside 34 Fairview. That's so sus. Yep. I think he did go up to the front door. We're going to see the video on that. Athena says, I have fun shredding. We don't allow that name on here. Coffin Dogger on Twitter, where she's misrepresenting facts per usual. Enjoy. Sindish tuning in from Canada. Perhaps they should not have stipulated the interviews so the defense could say no objection in front of the jury with a yawn. Yeah, that was effective when he did that, right? yesterday. Douglas says, check out Hit Me Like a Bomb by Third Day. It's so fitting for this trial. Thank you. Thank you. I will. Jennifer Clark, hope the defense revisits the clip. Karen Reed says she picked out some pieces of red plastic, and with this video missing, I think that clip is good for the defense. You mean play it again? They played that one yesterday, right? Thank you. Suspiciously, that ring video is missing, as are some of the other ring videos. Becky's Blue-Eyed Paranormal says, Mel believe Mr. O'Keefe doesn't live with Mrs. Peggy because he believes Karen is innocent. When he does sit in court, he looks to the ground. Yeah, it was on the combined witness list. It has them living in different cities. So I don't know. When Peggy O'Keefe testified yesterday, she said that they live together at One Meadows now, but I don't know. It also said that Paul O'Keefe and his wife live in different cities, so I don't know. Kaylee, a paralegal, says she texted her BFF, John is dead. Only reason to bring it in, that was from earlier today around 11 a.m., so I'm not sure what you were referring to. Thank you, Kaylee. Siobhan, I don't think any of these witnesses thought it would go this far. They thought Karen would take a plea, in my opinion. Yep. Many people think that that's why they upgraded her charges to murder, to try and force her to take a plea even more, but it didn't, because she ain't got no quit. Becky's Blue-Eyed Paranormal says, a good song for the playlist, Sam Cooke. That's it. I quit. I'm moving on. Thanks, Becky. Thank you, my pal Sal. Vintage for becoming a member. Sweet Caroline. I thought Spanky told Bev this AM no experts were on today. Maybe I mixed something up, but isn't Trooper Guarino their expert? No, he's actually employed by the Massachusetts State Police. So he's in-house. He's not a hired expert. And when she talks about experts, she's talking about hired experts. That's why he said, yeah, well, Dr. Fowler is going to testify tomorrow. Technically, he's an expert, but really he's not. He's employed by the hospital. So good point. But I think she meant because she's trying to decide whether or not the hired expert witnesses are going to be allowed to sit in during other experts' testimony. Sleuthing around, thanks for your 20. Says, been with you since day one of your first trial. Did you notice that was the Aruba girl next to Paul yesterday? Appreciate you. No, was it? Was that Laura Sullivan? I knew she looked familiar. Oh, okay. I'm going to go back and look at that. Thank you. I appreciate you too. Thanks for your 20. Nico, Officer John O'Keefe drank too much, was a flirt, and Karen had to keep him at arm's length. I get it. I mean, do you think the jury's going to get it? There's 9 women on the jury. I think those text messages help the defense, in my opinion. It gives a lot more insight into the relationship. It gives Karen's voicemails that she's going to leave that they're going to hear about, those really angry voicemails about, you're using me, you're a pervert, a lot more context. Kelly says, are John's parents still living together? I don't know. It had them in different cities on the witness list. I don't like to gossip about people. So I don't know. Will his dad be testifying for either side? I think he's on, let me just check the witness list one more time. I think he is on the witness list, but I don't know if anybody's going to call him. Oh, thanks for loving my coverage of the trial. Let me just check. I have the witness list right here. Yeah, he's on it. And the witness list has him living in Braintree, and it has the wife living in Canton. And it also has Paul O'Keefe living in Canton, and it has Erin O'Keefe living in West Bridgewater. So there's that. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate you. Deborah, I wonder if they can tell the difference between a rejected call and a butt dial. Yes, I think they can, because the rejected call is an absolute, you have to reject the call physically. And a butt dial, great point. We'll see. I'm sure Leslie's going to be fire on cross, so it's going to be great. Texas Prime says, I definitely agree with you. Love Runkle, but disappointed he felt sorry for a woman who knows an innocent woman could go to jail over her lies. Well, I'm not going to say I'm disappointed in anybody. Everyone's entitled to their own legal opinion. And if you ask 5 lawyers for an opinion, you're going to get 5 different opinions, most likely. So there's that. Pomsky Momsky, good morning. My heart breaks for Karen. Seems as if all she wanted is to hear him tell her he loves her and that she's so special to him. Yeah, I think so too. Dennis, thanks for your Canadian 10. He is channeling his frustration, having to take care of the kids, loves them, but wanted to just be an uncle. Yeah. And he also wanted some help from his family. Karen was the only one helping him. Nico says, I got questions. Wasn't he with his nephew at D&E Pizza and he was drinking? I don't know. Chris Albert is going to say when he gets on the stand that John and his nephew came in at some point during the day and that Chris Albert invited him out. So I don't know. Auntie Bev's Kangaroo Court and Three Ring Circus gifted 5 memberships. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Lou G says, in my opinion, John O'Keefe was spoiled. He knew women in Canton were all over him. Sadly, he used Karen, not disrespecting the dead. Hard truth. Thank you so much for tuning in from South Africa and for your comments. Whitney, I highlighted this earlier because I thought it was a great comment. For him to delete her on Facebook and then it be problematic to add her back, he doesn't want their relationship posted so he can still be single. That's a great point. Chloe Albert's Revenge says this is so dumb. It's not like he got off work and was run down. There were hours of them getting along just fine, cuddling, but they don't count that. Well, it's going to be pointed out and hammered home, I think, a lot more in the defense's case. Two Potted Plants. Cindy says, so high school. Taylor Swift. That's a great song. Thank you. I'll come back for all of these later and add them to the list. For those of you who don't know, thank you for your generous 20. We have a Spotify mixtape playlist for this trial. It is linked in the show notes below, and you too can listen to it every morning to get pumped up. One of my favorites to crank up in the morning is Five Finger Death Punch. What's the exact title of it? A Little Bit Off. I'm a little bit off today. I'm a little bit off today. It's a great song. It's a good one to play really, really loud in the morning, loudly. Josh says, if at 5 p.m. he just got sober, that means all the arguing from earlier, he was drunk. Good point. Thanks, Josh. Random thoughts. Can't imagine how Karen is feeling right now listening to someone express what was very emotional to her in monotone. Well, yes, agreed. But also it's better than them having some reader on there put improper inflection on it, right? Helena, in my opinion, John acted very immature like a teenage boy. Shaggy wasn't me. I want to hear from all the women that showed him the door because I would have. Thanks for your super chat. Chloe Albert's Revenge. The whole group were an assortment of functional alcoholics, in my opinion. Buzzing for truth. This feels like the defending of Jen McCabe. Oh, did you watch the first trial? It's the defense of the McCabes and the Alberts. The jury's heard so much about Jen McCabe that it's going to be interesting when she takes the stand. And the longer that they have to wait to hear from her, I think the more the myth is going to be like, in their head. Stephanie, what did I miss? Had a meeting in last 90 minutes. Oh, girl, you're going to have to go back and rewatch. It's only a half a day. It's only a half a day. You missed Michael Camerano. He was the first witness this morning. He's John's friend who went with him to the bar, CF McCarthy's. He was emotional. On cross, David Yannetti brought out that they had arguments sometimes because Karen spoiled the kids and bought them expensive things on Dunkin' Donuts and took them to get their nails done. Took, Kurt, not Kurt. I want to keep calling him Kurt. His name is Michael Camerano. When asked about jealousy, he did bring up, I think, the plumber. And then we heard the text messages read by Trooperino, between Karen and John that day. And then we also heard we saw some clips. That was it, right? Camerano, Guarino, text messages, video clips. And this is supposed to be motive for Red Rum. What a joke. The first jury rejected that concept, at least. Thank you for your super chat. Ben George says, if I was on the jury, I'd be mad. This has nothing to do with the price of eggs in China. It just proves how most cops treat their women. Yeah, I said it. Ben George said it, not me. Thank you. Susan said that Erin said, right, in her testimony during the first trial, in a nice way, how Karen wished the family would have helped out more. She did. Kelly, Breenan's Law's Big Boy Pants says, Commonwealth honestly thinks Karen drove 2 to 3.5 times over the limit. Not the speed limit, but the blood alcohol limit, right? Yet they aren't prosecuting bar staff owner given the law. She must have been falling all over the place. No, but however, there is a wrongful death civil lawsuit that the O'Keefes have brought against Karen and the Waterfall and CF McCarthy's. So they are now technically on the same side in the civil suit. I've said from the beginning, I don't think that wrongful death case is going to be able to survive because there's never been a motor vehicle accident crash report. And so many of you who were, so many of you who are insurance adjusters in the chat have said you would never pay on a car accident case that didn't have a motor vehicle accident crash report. You just wouldn't. There's no evidence of a car accident. The injuries to John O'Keefe's body do not line up with a pedestrian versus motor vehicle car accident. They just don't. The medical examiner can't even say that they do. Nina says he's so concerned about Richie driving, but not her. Right. The plumber. Yeah, exactly. Great point, Nina. RJ, the more and more I hear these texts and how jealous John was, there's no question in my mind John went in the house to confront Higgins. Did he know about Higgins? I don't know. A lot of people were asking that in the chat, and I don't know. I don't know if it's ever going to be proven that John knew about Higgins and Karen texting. But wait until Higgins has to read those messages on the stand because you thought the ones we just heard were cringe. Go to the read off that Will the Glare and I did with Auntie Deb and Nurse Kim on Nurse Kim's channel. Those text messages are really cringe. Aunt BB2 said, Mel, I had to walk away. I couldn't listen to the messages again. I've lived this life years ago and finally got out. Wasn't looking, but a beautiful and wonderful guy found me. Next January is 20 years. Yay, Aunt BB2. Aunt Phoebe was my first member on this channel ever. Almost 2 years ago. Well, we didn't even open up memberships for a long time after that. So Aunt Phoebe's been with me here since day one. And you were my first member, and I'll never forget that. And she says, free Karen Reed and justice for John O'Keefe. Thanks, Aunt Phoebe. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, John's giving me agita, and as a black lady, I don't even know if I'm allowed to have it, but now I do. I'll allow it. You're allowed to have agita. It's not for Italians only. I feel you. Josh, is the Commonwealth ever going to show evidence of a crime? No, not yet. Not yet. Soup and Sando, thanks for your 5. There are a lot of law tubers streaming this case. I checked them all out, and I like Eternally Melanie Little because she's the prettiest of them all. Thanks. I mean, I'll allow it. I'll take it. Thanks. Some people get mad at me because they think I stop too much. I'm like, okay, that's what a lawyer commentary is. If you don't want me to stop and talk about what's happening, then feel free to go watch a streamer or a Law and Crime or Court TV without commentary, or a streamer who just poaches it and restreams it on their channel and doesn't even show their face on the screen at all ever during the whole entire thing. I mean, that's fine. You're entitled to that opinion too. Tracy, thanks for your super sticker. Cheryl, first show I watched of yours was you reviewing all the police reports and all involved that night saying Karen did not seem drunk. Yes. Thanks, Cheryl. There's an entire, I have hundreds of it. I feel like I have hundreds of videos on this case, definitely hundreds of hours. There's a pre-trial playlist from before the first trial. Then there is a trial playlist for the first trial. Then there is a post-trial playlist from the first trial. And then we went into pre-trial, trial two. I mean, there's hundreds of hours, hundreds. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you to the new members, Aunt Lala, Too Cute by Half, and Danielle Vincent. Resisting Arrest has been here for 4 months. Meatball Marcy's Spaghetti Stain says, I dated a Boston cop for 7 years. He worked with John O'Keefe. It was almost expected of the girlfriend to drive when we went out. Oh, because they could get fired, right? Those texts give me PTSD and make me bawl my eyes out every time they're read. My heart breaks for Karen. I'm so sorry. Well, you don't date him anymore, but I wonder what he thinks about this. And I wonder if you've spoken to him about it and whether he thinks that Karen Reed is guilty because Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe with her car. Ms. Holmes 66, defense didn't have witnesses ready. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she would have had grave concerns. She would have blown her top. She probably would have done it in front of the jury. And, it would have been a whole thing. Hi, Lady Zelda Kelly's here. She says there's a photo on X of Peg with Paul, and she's flipping someone off after leaving court yesterday. Oh, nice. The entire family has issues. Very sad. Love you. Love you too. Thanks, Lady Zelda. Lady Zelda is she reads tarot cards. She has a channel. Go check her out if you're into that kind of thing. She also does some pretty cool stuff like with electronics and John O'Keefe and words that come through. I don't know what it's called, really. I don't know what it's called, but it's pretty cool. Loudmouse, John, you're jonesing for a drink. I'm just now sobering up at 5:30 p.m. and I need a designated driver so I can drink again. Thank you for your time. Norman says Kelly Deaver left Canton and went to Boston. She's on the witness list. Yes, she is. She was on the witness list last time too. I don't think they called her. And chat, maybe you can remind me what it is that Kelly Deaver, did she answer a phone call or something? Did she take over the phones after Sergeant Good went down there? I don't remember exactly her part in these events, but somebody in the chat probably does. Thanks, Norman. Jennifer Clark, seems interesting that the ring camera had to be replaced and may not have been in the same location forever for other subsequent testing on the driveway. Yeah, that's what I get from the text with the victim advocate. Yeah. Yeah. And really, the victim advocate, I don't know whose job it is to advise Carrie Roberts that maybe she might need a lawyer, but if you're texting with your victim advocate, victim and witness advocate constantly, think maybe somebody should have given Carrie the heads up. Might have been prudent for her to have counsel yesterday. I don't know. Yeah, Piney Woods. Spanky didn't have his witnesses lined up, so there's no more court today. We're doing questions. We're going to read also what Howie Carr wrote in the Boston Herald yesterday, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Hard plastic and static mannequin. Adam Handful says, I think it was by design. Brennan left the jury with the drinking video of Karen in their mind until possibly Monday. Right. Right. So did you just pretend, oh, I had a witness. They were supposed to come in. They couldn't make it. So sorry, Your Honor. When he wanted them to leave on those videos. Good point. Stratford News Network 2026 from RC. And 2 people are trying to unseat him. Thank you. Thank you for your 10. Yeah, KPT said, did Deaver actually accidentally walk into the Sally Port when they were destroying the tail light? There was a woman cop that came in from the left and quickly left. Some people think that that was Helena Rafferty, and that maybe that has something to do with her her sudden resignation announcement on Tuesday night. Kelly Deaver apparated in and out of the Sally Port video, says Chloe Albert's Revenge. Yeah, so I don't know if she was also there or if that was Rafferty. I guess we'll see. Thank you, Stratford News Network. Appreciate you. And thanks for your super chat. Shy. Kai why my. Rhymes with shy. Now I got it. Kai why my. Kai why my. My name is easier than it looks. Edited to help with pronunciation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Kai why my. Thanks for another super chat just to tell me how to pronounce your name because now I will never forget. Playlist. This is America. Childish Gambino. Thank you, Kurt Smith. Bella's mom. Let's add a Danny Go song to the playlist. Creepy crawlers everywhere. All right. Thanks. Colleen became a member. Welcome. Think you're going to like it here. T12. Since Proctor's head was chopped off, do you think he has an offshore account being funded so he won't flip and tell about everyone? You tell me. True Colors by Cyndi Lauper says al dente. I think that's in there. I think it's in there. I thought it was. Karen Duffy, is there some kind of bacteria in the Canton water supplier that destroys male hair follicles? Could be. Something's in the water in Canton, I'll tell you that much. Becky, song for the list. Oh, for all the women in Canton, it should have been me. Thank you. Abby says, free Karen Reed. Thank you. Buy my bits. It's a good thing the Canton PD did a wellness check because you can clearly see the ledge of snow sitting on top of Karen's passenger side tail light. PTSD healer, wait for us. Yannetti trial 1.0 right here, waiting. Richard Marks, excellent. I like when you make a connection. We also have an emoji for that. It's the wait for us emoji. Let me put it in there for you. Wait for us. Oh, there's some Dr. Pepper in there too. That was for Sarah Boone. There it is. Wait for us. Thank you, PTSD healer. Nina, any thoughts why Karen Reed's team has deleted text with ARCA from 2023? Still doesn't make sense to me, but Alessi said it. Yeah, no. You asked me this yesterday or somebody else did too. And I don't know if he misspoke and they were really from 2024. And so I don't know. He typically he does not misspeak. So maybe it'll be clarified in papers, but it will definitely be clarified when ARCA comes in for their voir dire on Monday. So no, I don't know, Nina. I don't know that they were in communication with them in 2023. I just don't know. Dr. Jen, BN Trouble 31 has a new video showing arm versus taillight worth watching. Enjoy your commentary. Thank you. I'll check that out when I can. He also, BNB Trouble 31, isn't he the guy who bought an actual Lexus taillight, the same model as her car, and tried to smash it with like a hammer or a sledgehammer or a baseball bat and couldn't do it? It was very hard to do. Yeah, the videos are great. Captain Skid Marks, John O'Keefe was a little bit off that day. I understand. There's the song. A little bit off, 5-finger death punch. Bobby Bouchot, my Ring videos aren't managed from the physical location of the camera. They're available on cloud type storage through the Ring video app. So going upstairs would have no connection to deleting any. No, because they're saying she deleted them from the computer. And also, I don't know what the retention policy is for Ring, how long they keep them. So they're saying she logged onto Ring, or they're alleging or insinuating, logged onto Ring through the family computer in the upstairs office and deleted them that way. I control my Ring camera from my phone. I've never even gone into my Ring videos through my computer or laptop, so you let me know. If you do, if you go onto your Ring footage from your computer. Kai Wai. Hanky will never make Karen's character look worse than disgraced Mr. Proctor's, which seems to be his MO. I know. Thank you on top of you, Super Sticker. Too Cute by Half says, I'm a very empathetic person, but Peg O'Keefe is a hard woman. Trevor, in all reality, he's humanizing Karen with these clips and letting her get her side out there without being cross-examined. I know. I think it could go both ways. It depends on who's on the jury, right? Completely depends on who's watching it. Thanks, Trevor. Coach, can you answer that Canoni? Free Henry Canada. Thanks for tuning in from Canada. The world is watching. Fun. Stephanie says, funny all witnesses remember Butnick, not Proctor's name now. Yeah, I think maybe they've been coached not to say Proctor's name because Proctor was not mentioned at all, not even one time in Brennan's opening, as if he just wanted everyone to forget about it. Allison Cosgrove says, after that text string, evil lovers for the playlist. Well done. Let's take a look at Howie Carr's article in the Herald, because Howie Carr has a way with words that, is delightful. If you know, you know. Well, this is, I think, from yesterday's Herald. Yeah, hold on. Can I see the date? I think this is from yesterday. April 24th. What's today? Oh, it's from today. Here we go. For many of you, the Boston Herald is behind a paywall, so you like when I read it to you. Also, if you're driving or something, it's, a little way for me to keep you company while you're driving. Hang on one second. Okay, we're back. The title of Howie's article, Canton Killing, Take 2. Technically, in quotes, Reed retrial is a mess. And there's a picture of Carrie Roberts wiping a tear from her eye while she was on the stand yesterday. Here's what he says. Are you ready? Are you ready for it? If I ever get caught lying to a grand jury and the cops have me cold, I'm going to use the same alibi Carrie Roberts used in Dedham. I misunderstood that question. Carrie Roberts likely committed perjury, period. She admitted it on the stand. According to her own testimony, Carrie Roberts swore an oath in 2022 to tell the truth to a state grand jury. Then she started lying. She started ... misunderstanding. Carrie Roberts told a horrendous lie that got Karen Reed indicted for second-degree murder and destroyed her life. But yesterday, Carrie Roberts admitted that despite what she told the state grand jury, that Reed asked Jennifer McCabe to, quote, Google hypothermia, end quote, she did not actually hear her say anything like that. Alan Jackson, the defense attorney, asked the Canton housewife, oh my God, he says it too. Canton housewives, desperate housewives of Canton is what I've started to call them. I just lost my place. Hold on. Alan Jackson, the defense attorney, asked the Canton housewife near the end of the morning session about her sworn statement that she had in fact heard Karen Reed say that on the morning John O'Keefe's body was discovered in the snow. That wasn't a false statement, was it? Quote, technically, said Carrie Roberts, squirming in her Lane Bryant outfit. That was a dig. That was a dig. Let me see some shovel emojis. Technically, Jackson said, technically pregnant. Actually, I went back and listened to it, and it sounded like the closed caption said technically pregnant. And I think he said, that's like being a little bit pregnant, but I'm not quite sure. At that point, Judge Beverly Cannoni tried to throw the lying prosecution witness a life jacket, the way she always does for the lying witnesses of her BFF, Norfolk County DA Meatball Marcy. After the technically pregnant comment by Jackson, the lifelong second-generation hack Cannoni decided to take over the rescue effort herself. Was that a lie? The judge asked Roberts. Did you lie? Not intentionally, Roberts stammered. It was another massacre. The Meatball Mafia claims you ain't seen nothing yet, but this is about as bad a beginning of a trial as you're ever likely to see from any prosecution anywhere. Two witnesses, both totally discredited. For starters, why did Carrie Roberts begin her morning on Good Morning America, a fake news network show? People, she told some Democratic operative, are getting harassed for telling the truth. That's what she said, probably around 8 a.m. Within 4 hours, she was admitting that she wasn't telling the truth, that she had been committing perjury over and over and over again. For the record, millions more TV viewers heard her admit she is a perjurer than heard her tell fake news that she was, quote, telling the truth. And Carrie Roberts' other answers were just as disastrous. Like all other prosecution witnesses, she has embellished her testimony to try to convict Karen Reed. Why didn't she tell these stories contemporaneously? I didn't want to point fingers. She said that 2 or 3 times. I didn't want to accuse anyone. You didn't want to accuse anyone? I thought you misunderstood the question. Which one is it? Nothing in the first interview is about taillights. No mention of, did I hit him? But then she put together a timeline with Jennifer Toothy McCabe. A timeline? So how exactly did you come up with this damning but perjured statement of Karen Reed asking Jennifer McCabe to Google how long to die in cold? Quote, I was told she said it, end quote. She was told. She didn't tell the grand jury she was told. She said she heard it herself. She misunderstood the question. Carrie Roberts is simple. She's under the influence, as it were, of Jennifer McCabe. It's so obvious that at the end of her testimony, Judge Cannoni thanked Ms. McCabe for her testimony. Talk about a Freudian slip. Carrie Roberts is a puppet of Jen McCabe, and even an unspeakably corrupt hack judge can't pretend otherwise. The reason the how long to die in cold question is so important is because Jen McCabe Googled the same question at 2:27 a.m. on the morning John O'Keefe was murdered and his body left in the snow. She denies that she Googled that at 2:27 a.m., but no one believes that. At the first trial, experts said she tried to delete it after it became clear what a smoking gun it was. So she needed to have a reason for Googling the same question 4 hours later after the body had been found. Thus, the breathtaking lie by Carrie Roberts that Karen Reed asked her the question. On the recross, Jackson brought this up, how this particular phrase, how long, came into your perjurious testimony. Jackson, what did you mean by how long? Roberts, I don't recall. Maybe Whitey Bulger's mob mouthpiece, Hank Brennan, comes back from this. Hey, the Pats were down 28-3 to Atlanta, right? But so far, Hammered Hank is looking more like a legal version of Jamarcus Russell than Tom Brady. Does anyone have Meatball Marcy's cell phone number? I'd like to report a crime. That is Howie Carr's article in the Boston Herald from this morning. What say you? Thank you so much, Linda, for your Lena. I'm sorry, Lena. Thank you, Lena, for your Venmo. Super generous, thanking me for covering. It is my pleasure to be with you here with you again, again for this trial, again on a daily basis. Ain't no place I'd rather be. Let me see if there's any more questions here before we go back there. So I don't know if tomorrow, does anybody know if they're going to go on The View after the testimony? I guess we'll find out. And then I will just set the show accordingly. So you're going to want to make sure, that you hit the subscribe button and hit the bell to all notifications so you'll get notified about the time. Megan says, is John's dad in court? I did not see him there today. Is there discourse between Peg and Mr. O? Do not know. Living separately, it appears that way from the Commonwealth, the combined witness list, that they are living in different towns. But yesterday, she said that they were living together currently. Then Megan says, those weird comments at the beginning of her testimony about being married too long, etc. Different views on who is responsible for this. Now I'm being nosy. I have no idea. I have no idea who's responsible for anything. And I don't like gossip, rumor, speculation on the channel because it's a legal-based channel. And so we keep the drama at bay. All I can tell you is what I saw in the legal documents, the court file documents, and it says that they're living in separate towns. So I don't know. And we try and keep the drama out of here because there's a lot of other channels you can go to for drama. And this one ain't it. And I'm a lawyer, so I don't like to, anything that's defamatory that's in the chat is going to get deleted. And as such, it shouldn't shock you. Oh, Josh, we went over that before. Joanne, welcome. Hi, Cheryl. First show I watched yours. I'm sorry, we did that one before. Karen Duffy says, Mel, could the defense not show good interview clips of Karen in rebuttals to the clips Brennan keeps showing? Yeah, they'll do that on their case in chief. I'm sure that they will build context around them and other things. But it's not their turn yet. So they're not putting up evidence until they start their case in chief, which is probably going to be 6 to 8 weeks from now. Kathy became a member. Welcome. Piney Woods. Did Bev admonish Hank for not having witnesses ready? No. Hate the super chat. Autofill. I don't know what that means. Autofill. Thank you for your 10. Rage Against the Machine says the Collins famously fam. Thank you for that suggestion. Nina says Carrie Roberts is now teaching how to unintentionally lie. Yeah, that is correct. Sandy RN and Callie says, everyone bring lunchboxes tomorrow. Field trip. Love your chat, mods, and you. Respect, admire, and appreciate your fair interpretations and neutrality. Thank you very much, Sandy. Kurt Smith says, in your experience, does the fact that witnesses have met with or been prepared by the prosecution influence how the jury perceives their testimony? Well, no, they're supposed to prep their witnesses. That's expected. It's just, what did they prep them on? What did they talk about? How many times did they talk about it? And so all of those different factors absolutely could influence the jury and how it's perceived. The fact that Carrie Roberts was communicating with Michael Morrissey personally, however many times she did that, may not be such a great look for her later when they hear about those potential emails directly to Michael Morrissey, the district attorney. Cynthia 1880 gifted 5 memberships. You're amazing. Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate you. Abby says, watching with my sister Hannah, justice for Karen and Turtle Boy. Thank you. Thanks, Abby. Hey, Hannah. Hey, Abby. Everyone bring lunch boxes tomorrow. Field trip. Oh, I just read that one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So make sure I didn't miss anybody because people get upset if I miss your super chats. And I'm sorry, but a lot of times I put them up if they're just comments during the stream. So you're getting your thanks that way. Yeah. Well, says that unintentional was a Sarah Boone slip. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. All right, my friends, make sure that you Okay, somebody wrote me an email saying they got timed out and they want to know why the mods are very quick to time people out for the very least. Listen, let me just put it this way to you. When there's 16,000 people in the chat, 16,000 people were in the chat today, at least 17,000 people are going to get timed out. There's no time for warnings, but the rules are very clear. I mean, the rules are clear. They're there. Nothing defamatory, no drama. I don't know who this particular person is or why they were timed out, but I mean, people get timed out sometimes by mistake. If a mod is doing it on their phone, my mods are the best on YouTube. But I am going to back up my mods 100% and their decisions. I back them 100%. Without them, I could not run this channel. And so if you get timed out by accident, like, I'm really sorry, but that's just how it is. And if you're gonna come on and complain, we try and keep the negativity out of here. Thanks, Storm Dancer. Somebody's watching me. I think that might be on there. Don't Stand So Close to Me, I know is definitely on there. How long will our walk be? What walk? The walk, the walk of shame? The walk at 34 Fairview? I don't know what you're talking about. How long will your walk be? I mean, sometimes people get timed out for like 3 minutes. Like Courtney. Thanks, Courtney, for your super sticker. If you get blocked by accident and you email me to ask me or the mods why you're blocked and you don't tell us what your YouTube name is, we're not going to find it. If you change your YouTube name constantly and you may have been blocked for something offensive that you said or you attacked somebody in the past, sometimes people get blocked by mistake. Listen, I don't feel like I need to explain myself. So there's that. Inexplicable rulings. Thank you, Susan. Bob Dylan, I Shall Be Released for the playlist. Yeah, that's a great one. That is a great one. Did any mainstream media report, besides Howie Carr, on the perjury from yesterday? Because I just saw something come up in the New York Post. Let me see what the Post says about it. The Post says about it. All right, let's give the New York Post some credit. Karen Reed witness admits on the stand that a key part of her testimony to the grand jury wasn't true. And the first line, and I love the New York Post, it was all just a big misunderstanding. That was Carrie Roberts' explanation after getting grilled by accused cop murderer Karen Reed's defense team as to why she contradicted her grand jury testimony that is at the heart of the sensational trial playing out in Massachusetts. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Check out the New York Post for the latest. All right, my friends, make sure you have your notifications set. Make sure you smash the like button on your way out. The expert is here and says, just wanted to introduce myself. Hey, hi, the expert. Thank you for showing Rubio's stream with me. I played a little portion of it. I hope you didn't get upset by that. But I just loved what she had to say. And I thought it was important because we were talking about the brain injuries. So thank you so much for that. And I think I did link your video in there so they could go watch your full interview and hopefully people came over. And Greg says, oh, Fox News sure reported on the perjury, reported it was the defense witness. Oh, really? They got that wrong? Greg, they got wrong that she was a defense witness? Are you surprised? Arctic Fox 865, officer, slightly stupid. All right, everyone, thank the moderators. Thank the moderators because they're amazing. No, I have not. Somebody asked me this already. Semper Fi, US MC Cowgirl. Have you seen Be in Trouble's videos from this AM? No, but everyone go check them out. The two from today and one proving LED taillights are red, not white, even without lens proves corruption. Yep, I don't like to play other people's content without their permission. I also don't like to play content that I can't prove. Okay. So when a lot of people, and I'm not saying that his videos are inaccurate in any way, but what I can say is that there are some creators out there who they have clickbait videos and a lot of theirs, and I can't prove whether it's true or not. And I don't allow them to be shown on my channel. I don't allow them to be promoted in my chat. That is like something else. And so please just, don't do that. I mean, it's kind of simple. It's YouTube courtesy, basically. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, my friends. I know you can do it. Smash the like button on your way out. Do all the things that YouTube likes. And, I'm going to see you in the morning at some point. I'm not quite sure what time yet because we don't know what time the field trip is. So there's that. Did I play Microdot's video of the enhanced audio? What Carrie said she couldn't hear yesterday. No, when did he post it and where is it? Because that I will play because Richie's cool with it. Is it on YouTube? Is it on Twitter? Oh, let me end the poll. Okay, so here's the poll, 12,560 votes. Do you think Kerry Roberts intentionally lied to the grand jury? 88% of you said yes. And now I can't see the poll results because they just disappeared. Hold on, wait. It's from yesterday? Hold on. %88 of you said it was intentional. I'm sorry, 86% said you think Kerry Roberts intentionally lied to the grand jury. 9% said not sure, and only 3% said that you think that she misunderstood Lally's question. And there were over 14,000 votes. So that is pretty much like most of the audience that was in here all day. So that's pretty cool. All right, where's the microdots video? Is it on YouTube? Hold on. And how long is it? I mean, their latest video on here is from 1 month ago. So is it on the Shorts channel? I don't know. I don't have time to really go like looking around for this right now. So is it on Twitter? Hang on. I'll look one more place. But he does do great work. So let me see. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Talk amongst yourselves for a little. Here it is. Okay. Got it. Got it. Just let me move it to my other screen and I'll play it for you upon request. Shout out to Microdots. Please go follow him on all of socials. He does amazing work. He does amazing videos, and he's also a really nice person. He's got 2 channels, but that's okay. I found it. This is the cleaned up audio that Carrie could not hear yesterday. He says, this is Karen Reed saying, my boyfriend, I hit him. He never came home, isolated and cleaned up. I'm going to play it for you. I think it's audio only. Hang on. You can clearly hear it. My boyfriend, I left him. He never came home. I heard it. Did you? I heard it. You can hear it so clearly, right? She couldn't hear it. And look, that the acoustics in that courtroom are horrible. The day that I was in there with Mark Betterow last year, like even when they played videos, you couldn't hear anything. You couldn't hear a damn thing. Thank you, Gladys Kravitz. Gladys Kravitz, if you know, you know. She was the curtain twitching neighbor from Bewitched. The curtain twitcher. All right, you guys. Yeah, I don't want to play the Good Morning America clip of Carrie because they'll strike me. Good Morning America is known to strike creators, and there's nothing worse than doing a 8 or 10 hour stream and then having you demonetized because of a strike from Good Morning America. Then you got to cut it out, and then the chat gets cut out, and there's a whole thing. All right, my friends, thank you so much. I will see you in the morning. Make sure you have your notifications set. Again, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, stay calm. I'll be back real soon. Peace.